I can't tell if he's giving me a thumbs up or not. I'm excited.
6:02.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a thumbs up down there.
Thumbs up?
Okay.
Okay. All right. We're good to go.
Good evening. It is 6:02. We're going to call this Area Plan Commission meeting to order. And I will ask if you guys could keep it down a little bit, please. We'll try to go through this as fast as we can and hear everybody's complaints or anything you guys would like to add. So the first thing we'll do is a roll call of members, please.
Sorry, I got to remember to grab the mic. Grant Moeller,
Here.
Dan Sheets,
Here.
Jeff Chenoweth,
Here.
Andy Bailey,
Here.
Walt Minnick,
Here.
Chad Colby,
Here.
Kevin Myers.
Here.
All right, so all board members are present. Staff members Liz Stitzel and Kat Bell are also present, as well as Attorney Jay Moore.
Okay, our next order of business is election of officers. Anybody have anything to add on that? Make a motion.
Can you speak into the microphone? Just real close to your mouth.
Check one. I would like to make a motion for Dan to be the secretary and Grant as the president. And anybody wants to be the vice president can just raise their hand right now.
I'll do it.
Andy Bailey.
Thank you, Andy. I would accept. Thank you, Andy.
Oh, I'll accept as well.
I'll accept.
Get a second.
Second.
A second, you made a motion.
Okay.
It's a little unclear. I heard a lot of seconds. Which one of you is it?
Jeff made the motion.
I got that.
I seconded it.
Okay, Andy's my second. Thank you.
And then a roll call vote when you're ready, please.
All right, so the vote is for Grant Moeller as president, Andy Bailey as vice president, and Dan Sheets as secretary. Grant Moeller,
Yes.
Dan Sheets,
Yes.
Jeff Chenoweth,
Yes.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Walt Minnick,
Yes.
Chad Colby,
Yes.
Kevin Myers.
Yes.
So that's a unanimous vote for those officers to be elected.
Okay, next thing on the agenda is approving the minutes. Anybody have anything to add for the minutes? If not, can I get a motion to accept them?
I move to accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
And Andy made the motion, and then Jeff seconded. Roll call vote when you get a chance.
Grant Moeller,
Yes.
Dan Sheets, Jeff Chenoweth,
Yes.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Walt Minnick, Chad Colby,
Yes.
Kevin Myers.
Yes.
Minutes are approved 7-0.
Okay, next order of business, we do have one application underneath old business, which is CC-2025-01086, docket number 19-25-SD. Can you please take us through the staff report, Liz?
Yeah, so this is actually a continued case, and we had 4 members at our last meeting who were unable to reach a consensus on a vote that can carry. And I guess I'm going to hit pause here for a second, because I know there's a lot of people here who perhaps, for better or for worse, don't come to our meetings regularly. So there's 2 types of hearings that you're going to hear tonight in the course of business. 4 of these, including this one, are subdivision hearings. So a subdivision hearing is basically somebody's dividing land for something. And the Plan Commission's job under state law is to make sure that it meets the standards of the subdivision ordinance before it moves forward. And the Plan Commission is a final deciding body for subdivisions so whatever they vote, that's how it goes. They have to reach a vote. The other type of hearing you'll hear, which I suspect most of you are here for, is a rezoning hearing. So in a rezoning hearing, and I'll kind of remind everybody that when we get to it again, the Plan Commission is a recommending body. They don't make a final decision. They only look at land use related issues. They're not allowed to consider other things. And they send just that piece of the pie to the legislative body as a recommendation for them to consider as they make a final decision. So that way, hopefully you're not lost. So this case is a subdivision hearing, and we were not able to reach consensus. And because we're a final deciding body, there was no way to move forward. So it was continued to tonight when we had all 7 here, as it will be impossible to stalemate with 7 votes. So there were 3 of you who weren't here. So I guess my first question is, do you need me? I don't know if you guys watched the previous meeting or if you need me to go through the staff report before we proceed, as I did go through it for the 4 that were here.
I did watch the YouTube version of the meeting.
Did the other 2 of you?
I also watched the meeting.
Okay, and Kevin, you did? Okay, perfect. All right, so that'll save some time. So skipping ahead on that, I think this came down to, a question of standards, and I'm going to pass down. I emailed this out, but I know you guys got a ton of volume in email here over the last week. So I'm going to, if you guys would kind of take one and pass it on. I emailed this, but kind of close to the meeting. So just to kind of help you guys out, I've copied, and I need 1 copy of that back. I shouldn't have, oh no, I don't. I lied. I have 1. I've got 2 things included in this packet. In this case, the first was there was a question that came up, in discussion about why the Plan Commission hears plats and what makes an application approvable. So I've copied here Indiana Code 3674705, which states that when somebody applies for primary approval, the Plan Commission staff have to review that application for technical conformity with the standards in the subdivision control ordinance, which is an adopted document. It's Article 7 of the Unified Development Ordinance. And then within 30 days of receipt, staff has to announce a date for a hearing before the Plan Commission and provide notice. So that's why we get subdivision hearings. And then the second question that kind of came up was how do you decide if an application is approvable or not in a subdivision? And state law, Indiana Code 3674707, the relevant parts are the first half states, if after a hearing the Plan Commission determines that the application and plat comply with the standards in the subdivision control ordinance, then they shall make written findings and a decision granting primary approval to the plat. So you have to approve if it meets the standards in the subdivision control ordinance. Conversely, it notes that if after hearing the Plan Commission disapproves the plat, then they have to make written findings setting forth the reasons for the denial, including the deficiencies of the application relative to the subdivision control ordinance, so that the applicant knows what they have to fix in order to meet the requirements and should they choose to come back. So then the second thing I've included, typically in staff reports, and perhaps this is a disservice, but our subdivision control ordinance is a massive part of the UDO, so I don't include it in total in every staff report, especially for minor subdivisions like this that are a single lot. But for you guys' convenience, I've given you a copy of the complete standards so that you can reference them. So if you're approving, then you're stating that these standards are all met. If you're disproving, then you need to note which standard is not met and how, so the applicant knows that. To help you guys out, because this is kind of a big document, and I know not everyone reads this all the time, I've highlighted the sections at the labels, or I've highlighted where they're not applicable to a minor subdivision and they only apply to major subdivisions. And then I did highlight areas that seemed to relate to some of the conversation from the last hearing in terms of topic, just to help guide your eye. But I would note that any of the standards included in there could be discussed. I wasn't highlighting things to eliminate other standards. I just thought that if I handed you the whole thing with no guidance as to what might be relevant, it might be overwhelming. So I'm hoping that helps you. I also need to note, for the record, to avoid a conflict of interest, we had a citizen, Aaron Russell, directly email board member Jeff Chenoweth. And of course, our board members cannot have conversations about cases outside of the board meeting. So Jeff, as is required when that happens to a board member. He did not reply, and he forwarded that on to staff, and I then sent it to all board members so you guys could get a chance to look at it. Did everybody get a chance to get that and read it ahead of the meeting? Is there anyone who didn't, since I can't see you guys, hear you guys nod? Okay, nobody who didn't. So, so since you've already read it, I'll just summarize it. He questioned whether or not the APC could overrule the BZA in terms of the parcel being considered buildable. He noted that he did not attend, I think, one of the previous meetings, but still felt that he had disputes that weren't adequately addressed. He lives south of the property and owns livestock near it. And then the other half of this is, and this is relevant to the board, as the board hires, fires, and supervises me as the executive director. So I will note also, I did not respond to this directly. Every other comment for this hearing tonight, I did throw a response so people knew that we received it, and I sent it to board members. But because there was part of this that related to me, I felt it was probably unethical for the person who wrote it might perceive it as me attempting to start an argument. And it was better to bring it to the board. And if you feel that I need additional direction, then as my supervisors, that would be the appropriate place for it to be handled. But he felt that I wasn't giving him what he wanted in terms of things about the septic system and confined feedings and effects on property, homeowners assurance or insurance. And in the last meeting, in my attempts to explain standards, he was disturbed by my comments that were made. So he is respectful in his email. I would make it clear I'm not, I'm not upset. I just am trying to do the correct thing and bringing it to you. If you wish to give me direction, I of course will accept that. He notes that he does appreciate any insight on the matter that the board might be able to offer. So, and with that, I guess I would note, I don't believe that Jeff Chanowith, as staff, I don't believe he has any conflict of interest. We passed this on to the board. He didn't reply to it. There was no private conversation. But if anyone in the audience watching believes it is a conflict of interest, this would be the time for them to raise that objection.
Thank you. Is the petitioner present? If so, do you guys have anything to add? Any questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to add any questions regarding this case? Okay. Open it up for board discussion. Would you mind coming up here, sir?
There's a microphone right over here. This is a bigger venue than we normally have. So,
Sir, please state your name for the recording. Thank you.
My name is Eric Keith, and I live north of the property in question. I've been to the first two BZA meetings. I was at the last meeting, and I've read one thing I want to post to the board. A one-lot minor subdivision, by definition, is a plat of land to be subdivided into multiple plots. 0.79 acres is not enough to subdivide anymore. I don't believe there should be a house on this property. And you had my opinions before. I'm sure you can read back on them. I oppose this. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Anybody else have anything to add in the audience?
hang on. Kat could probably answer this faster. Yep. Yeah, so this is on the north side of East County Road 250 North. It previously had a single wide house trailer on it that was removed in 2021. Prior to the house trailer being removed, it was legal nonconforming in terms of its size. That means it predated the ordinance and was too small. But then they ended up acquiring another 6.5 acres, which made it conforming, and then subsequently sold some of that acreage back to one of the neighboring houses now, leaving less than an acre, which then generated them having to go through this process. Instead of, had they not torn down the trailer and come in for a building permit, it would have been an automatic rebuild, but because they didn't, it reverted to vacant land when they removed the trailer. So they've been trying to work through the process since then. There's a group of houses there. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, 3 or 4 homes in that group. And then there's cattle seasonally pastured across the road. And the Board of Zoning Appeals previously had granted 3 variances related to the case. Those hearings are online on the YouTube channel if you want to watch them. Did that answer enough of the question?
Okay, open it up for board discussion.
Liz, excuse me, I'm going to recuse myself from the vote tonight on this. Aaron is a friend of mine, so there has been a discussion. So I'm just going to pull myself out.
Thank you for your honesty on that. As staff, I wouldn't want to find out on a legal appeal that something had happened. And I guess, Jeff, if you have a conflict of interest, if you can step outside for a moment, and then we'll send somebody to, we'll send somebody to come grab you.
Any other discussion down there? Nothing.
I don't have any. I mean, I'd call for a vote. I would move to approve application CC -2025-01-086, docket number 19-25-SD.
Second.
Sorry, who was that? Chad.
Second.
The sound is different. We are having a hard time.
Roll call vote when you get a chance, please.
Okay, and I guess just for clarification, because of the conversation on the case, are you approving because you feel it meets the standards? All right, so roll call vote to approve the primary plat. Grant Mueller,
Yes.
Dan Sheets. Yes. Jeff Chanowith, Recluse. Habit. Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Walt Minnick,
Yes.
Chad Colby,
Yes.
and Kevin Myers.
Yes.
Okay, so 6-0, primary plat is approved. And that'll move on to secondary platting. And I don't know do you have a primary you need us to sign with you?
I was going to ask, now that Dan is the new secretary, do I need to change?
You do need to change the names to reflect. Yep. So if you want to get it changed and bring it into the office, then we'll call board members to sign it. And can somebody let Jeff know he can come back in? Jeff, can you hear us? We lost him.
So we will move on to our public hearings of the evening. Our first one is application -CC-2025-01142, docket number 20-25-SD. Can you please take us through the staff report?
Give me just a sec. Sorry, I need a third hand for the mic. All right, this is the application of Aaron Jacob Davey. And again, just to help the audience follow along, because you may not be familiar, this is another subdivision request. So the Plan Commission's job under state law is simply to review the standards in the subdivision control ordinance. And if it meets them, they are required by state law to approve. If it does not meet them, they're required to identify the deficiencies and deny. There's no discretion in the middle. So the applicant's Aaron Jacob Davey. This is a request similar to the last one that was discussed for primary approval for a one-lot minor subdivision. That means one house. For those who may not be familiar, subdivisions are locked into however many lots they are. They can't be changed without somebody going through another process. So this one's only for a single house, called Davies Prairie Avenue Minor Plat. The property itself is zoned agriculturally. To the north is general business. To the east is agricultural ground. Same for the south and the west. The proposed petition site consists of 5.103 acres on the west side of South Prairie Avenue between West Armstrong Road and West County Road 300 South in Section 16 of Center Township. The proposed new lot is a first split off of an 83.19 acre parent tract. The petition site was in exact common ownership with the parcel adjacent to the north and was used in conjunction with that parcel that formerly had a horse rescue on it. In 2022, the petitioner purchased the petition site from the previous owner of the horse rescue with the intent to eventually build a dwelling on it for the petitioner to reside in. Prior to the petition site being sold off from the adjacent parcel to the north, an easement was recorded to allow for perimeter drainage outlets from the petition site. That's instrument number 2022-4151 as recorded in the county recorder's office. And that is also shown on the plat. Along the northern property line is also Frankfort's urban growth area boundary line, and then the city of Frankfort's corporate boundary is just a short distance further to the north. There's a picture there on the first page that shows you the zoning on the map, and on the second page of the site looking across it from South Prairie Avenue. The new home site is within the Prairie Creek legal watershed, and you can see the division of soils there between Drummer Silty Loam, Rob Silt Loam, and Parr Silty Loam that exist. The request analysis, first off, the petitioner is requesting primary plat approval for Davies Prairie Avenue minor plat, a one-lot minor subdivision. The standard rural development protection language is included in the covenant, so I guess since we have people that are unfamiliar, in Clinton County, the reason why we require subdividing for nearly everything, even if it's only one lot, which can be confusing to people, is because we require recorded covenants that prevent future owners of that home from complaining against normal agriculturally accepted activities such as harvest or planting, and things that we would find to be normal, but someone who buys that home at the wrong time of year might come in and then be upset about. So it protects the neighboring farmers from successful lawsuits for normal things. It does not protect if chemicals get dumped on your well or something that's gross occurs. Third, the surveyor's office stated on April 15th of 2025 that the proposed subdivision was unanimously approved by the Drainage Board, that it meets the county drainage ordinance. The health department has approved the new lot is suitable for a septic system, and it will require a perimeter drainage outlet. A perimeter drainage outlet has been located and is shown on the plat to have enough fall. So that basically means the septic can go there. There's room around it for a drain to pull the water down, and that drain has an outlet that's legal for that water to move into without creating flooding for anyone else. And then County Highway has no objection to a drive to access the new lot. And the enforcement clause in the covenants is included and can be initiated by any adjacent landowner within a quarter mile. Those are the people that if someone violates the covenants have standing in court to enforce them. So in terms of principles and standards of design, in the previous case, I handed you guys a copy of, all of the standards we look at. But as I noted in staff reports, I do not list, especially in a minor subdivision, every single one of those 20-some pages of standards. I stick to the things that are relevant unless we identify in our technical review a problem that remains unaddressed. So in this case, there's two standards of note. First, that the restrictive covenants have to be properly prepared and legally sound and shall be incorporated in the plat, subject to the approval of the review committee, plat committee, or plan commission. So the restricted covenants were provided to Jay Moore for review for legal soundness and proper preparation. And before the secondary can be signed, staff will ensure those covenants meet Jay's satisfaction. I don't know, in all the chaos of other meetings, were there any comments you sent back on those? Okay.
They've been resolved.
Okay, so all issues have been resolved in the covenants and they're prepared for adoption. And second, the subdivision name, the proposed name of the subdivision shall not duplicate or too closely approximate phonetically the name of any other subdivision in Clinton County. Having checked with the county recorder, the proposed name for this request, Davies Prairie Avenue minor plat, does not duplicate anything already platted. Consequently, staff would recommend primary approval of the minor subdivision because it meets all the standards of the subdivision control ordinance. And I don't think we need the subject to the covenants meeting Jay Moore's satisfaction. It sounds like they already do.
Okay, thank you. Is the petitioner present this evening? Would you like to add anything, sir? Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience that has any questions or would like to add anything? Okay, I'll open it up to board discussion.
I personally visited the site back in April.
You need to be closer to that mic.
Okay, how about that? I personally visited the site back in April, and I see no issues with it. And I would make a recommendation or a motion to approve this 2025-01142 application.
I'll second. Roll call vote when you get a chance, please.
All right, so I've got Dan moved and Grant seconded with a motion to approve the primary plat for this minor subdivision. So roll call vote, Grant Moeller,
Yes.
Dan Sheets, Jeff Chanelwith,
Yes.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Walt Minnick,
Yes.
Chad Colby, and Kevin Myers.
Yes.
All right, so the primary plat is approved 7-0, and as soon as secondary is prepared, it can be filed in the office.
I'll get hold of John tomorrow and let him know to change the secretary to Dan, and then he'll call you to get you to come over and pick those up. Okay?
Yep, thank you. Moving on to our next hearing of the night, which is application number CC-2025-01164, docket number 22-25-SD. Can you please take us through that, Liz?
With a little luck. So the applicant is Clinton Ray Long. Again, this is another application for approval of a one-lot minor subdivision, and most of the requests we see are one-lot minors. This one is called Long Estates Minor Subdivision. This property, as well as everything surrounding it, directly adjacent, is zoned agriculturally. So the proposed petition site will consist of approximately 17.66 acres on the north side of West County Road 550 North, between 900 West and North 950 West in Section 7 of Madison Township. The proposed new lot is a first split off of a 64.301 acre parent tract. It has mostly farm ground around it, but it itself does not consist of viable farm ground. It's a mixture of kind of woodland and wetland with some smaller buildable areas on it. There is also some residentially zoned rural development in the area, consisting of 4 dwellings that's less than a quarter of a mile to the east, so we already have some housing here. The petitioner, Clinton Ray Long, wishes to build a new single-family dwelling for him and his family to reside in. The site has already been split from the parent tract, but not gone through the minor subdivision approval, so when somebody splits something but doesn't bring it through, they can farm it, but they can't build on anything on it. So now he's trying to work his way through that process to make it buildable. Staff did run a point system on the proposed lot, which for the audience, a point system is an analysis that we have adopted and used in Clinton County, that if you get 10 or more points, then you do not have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a special exception. It's an administrative approval. If you get fewer than 10 points, you're not denied, but you have to follow the old process and go through the Board of Zoning Appeals. And we used to have a 20-acre exemption that no longer exists. All land that's going to be built on goes through the point system, irregardless of size, and either gets 10 points and is approved, or goes to the board for a full hearing. So in this case, it scored enough points, which was 11, to be administratively approved and did not require approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals. So there's a picture there on the second page that shows the lot from the road. You can kind of see there's a high area there that's buildable, and then you've got woodland back behind. And on the first page, there was a map that showed the zoning and the residential ground to the east. The new home site is not in any legal watershed. I won't read them all, but there's a breakdown of soils there if you're interested. In terms of request analysis, the petitioner requests primary plat approval for Long Estates Minor Subdivision, a one-lot minor. The standard rural development protection language is included within the covenants. The surveyor's office provided a drainage board waiver on this site for the proposed lot on December 5th of 2025. The health department has approved the new lot is suitable for a septic system, and it will require a perimeter drainage outlet. An outlet has been located, and it is shown on the plat. It has enough fall. Since it's on site, no easement is required. The county highway has no objection to a driveway to access the new lot, and the enforcement clause in the covenant is included and can be initiated by any landowner within a quarter mile. In terms of principles and standards of design, again, as a one-lot minor subdivision, there's the same two. There's nothing unusual about this that didn't pass technical review otherwise. So first, restrictive covenants that are properly prepared and legally sound shall be incorporated in the plat. And the restrictive covenants were provided to Jay Moore to review for legal soundness and proper preparation. Did you end up noting any changes? Were they taken care of? Okay, so Jay had noted some changes, but they have been taken care of. We've gotten a satisfactory revision, so they do now meet his satisfaction. Second, subdivision name, the proposed name of the subdivision shall not duplicate nor too closely approximate phonetically the name of any other subdivision in Clinton County. Having checked with the county recorder, the proposed name, Long Estates Minor Subdivision, does not appear to be in conflict with any other name. Consequently, staff would recommend to grant primary approval because this application meets all the standards of the subdivision control ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Is the petitioner present? Or
40th Parallel Surveying. My name is Seth Johnson, out of Tipton, and we're representing the case. Nothing to add, except it's a nice piece of ground to build a house.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the audience have anything to add or any questions? Can you please go to the microphone and state your name, ma'am?
Hi, I'm Carlina Marsh. My husband and I own the property directly to the east of the proposed building site. We also own the 80 acres across the road from the building site. I have huge concerns about drainage. In the 100 acres to the south of this property, the drain yard into the long property, but the house is gonna here with that drainage that goes back to the creek. We've lived in that home for over 6 years and we've never had a wet basement. I'm just concerned that the drainage is going to be an issue. And it's a swamp. I'm just surprised that the Drainage Commission said it was okay. Okay.
Dan, I think that's
Thank you.
probably,
Well, I was refreshing my memory on this site, and we did go out and look at this. There is a location on that site, several of them, where a house could be built and should not interfere with drainage coming across your street. If they did interfere with that drainage and you do have a problem, you can come to the drainage board and file what we call in the obstruction complaint, and we will see to it that that drainage is corrected. But there should not be any effect on your property because of this house.
In the spring, it gets a couple feet deep across our front yard and goes directly into that. It's not just a little trickle.
There is a culvert there under the road, though, correct?
Question, you're to the east, right?
Yes.
Okay,
We also own the property to the south.
to the south. Okay. I was pretty sure that that's what you said right now. That's why I asked. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else in the audience have any questions or anything to add? If not, I'll open it up to board discussion.
Well, like I said, I've been on the site personally, and I think this can be done. I think it's a good location. There's a lot of rolling terrain back in there and a lot of trees and brush, so it would be a nice home site. And with the available technology today as far as keeping homes dry, things like that, that will be fine for this house. And like I said, anything that comes of a problem in the form of a drainage issue can be talked about with the drainage board. So with that, I would make a motion to approve this application.
Second.
Roll call vote when you're ready, please.
okay, so I've got Dan Sheets with a motion and Andy Bailey with a second to approve the primary plat. With a roll call vote, Grant Mueller,
Yes.
Dan Sheets.
Yes.
Jeff Chanelwith,
Yes.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Walt Minnick,
Yes.
Chad Colby. Yes. Kevin Myers.
Yes.
Okay, so primary approved 7-0. Secondary can be brought in and filed when it is ready.
Okay, we will move on to our next hearing of the evening, which is application number CC-2025-01175, docket number 23-25-SD. Can you please take us through the staff report?
I can. Okay, so I'm going to take you through the staff report mostly as written, but then we had something come up today that's actually changed our recommendation, so I'm going to need to revise that on the fly. There just wasn't time around all the administrative tasks for today's meeting to get that out ahead of time. So in terms of the staff report, this is the application of James and Monica Blaisdell. And this is another request for a primary approval of a one-lot minor subdivision called Sophia Estates Minor Subdivision. This property and everything surrounding it are zoned agriculturally. The proposed petition site will consist of approximately an 8.4656 acre building lot. It's currently 2 parcels, but when the subdivision is completed, it'll only be 1 parcel. The replat will make it a single lot. It's on the north side of West County Road 550 North between State Road 39 and North 500 West in Section 7 of Ross Township. It is in and surrounded by agriculturally zoned land. This was scored under the point system and it did not score enough points. So it went through the traditional process via the Board of Zoning Appeals and obtained special exception for a single-family dwelling. That was application number CC 2024-01328, docket 3424SE. The petitioner also requested and was approved for a second special exception for this lot in order to operate a fence contracting business on the petition site. So it'll be 1 lot, but it will contain both the petitioner's house and the contracting business, which was also approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals. Application CC 2024-01329, docket 3524SE. The petitioners would like to build a new house, a new single-family dwelling on the petition site for themselves and their family while operating their existing fence contractor's business from their home site. The site, like one of the others, has already been split from the parent tract. It's kind of been on its own for a while, but it's not buildable without minor subdivision approval for either use. The proposed new lot is a first split off of a 9.81 acre parent tract. The petition site is surrounded by farmland, but it did formerly have a dwelling on it, a single wide house trailer, and there's 4 to 5 other rural residential dwellings in the vicinity that are well spaced from the petition site. So the rural residential appearance of the area should not be adversely affected by the proposed dwelling. Furthermore, the proposed structure for the contractor's business is a pole barn type style building that meshes with the agricultural appearance. There's a zoning map that you can see on the second page, but also you can see those 2 parcels. There's just an itty bitty tiny one that maybe at one point in time before the splits was part of that neighboring house. And then on the next page, you can see a picture staff took from the corner, the intersection of these 2 roads, looking out across the property. So the new home site is in the M. Rothenberger Legal Watershed. I've got a breakdown of the different soil types there if you're interested in it. In terms of request analysis, the petitioner requests primary plat approval for the Sophia Estates minor subdivision, a 1-lot minor. The standard rural development protection language for agricultural activities is included within the covenants. The surveyor's office provided a drainage board waiver for the proposed lot on December 16th of 2025. The health department has approved the new lot is suitable for a septic system and it will require a perimeter drainage outlet. A perimeter drainage outlet has been located and it is shown on the plat. It's on site and it has enough fall to the proposed outlet. The contractor's business is receiving a new septic system. The health department has separately provided a letter of reuse, allowing the new dwelling to continue to use the single wide trailer septic system, which is adequately sized for the number of bedrooms in the proposed new dwelling as well. County Highway has no objection to a drive to access the new lot off of West County Road 550 North. However, during BZA meetings, INDOT noted this lot will not be granted access by them from State Road 39 because it doesn't have the required setbacks from an existing driveway for another house already to the north and the intersection with 550, so it would be unsafe. So this lot will have to access off 550 only. The enforcement clause in the covenants is included and can be initiated by any adjacent landowner within a quarter mile. In terms of principles and standards of design, I've got 2 here that we knew about ahead of time, and then I'm going to pull a 3rd one in with what I need to add. So first, the restrictive covenants are properly prepared and legally sound, incorporated in the plat. So Jay reviewed these for legal soundness and proper preparation. He sent feedback with changes on December 22nd. And have you received changes? Are they satisfactory? Okay, so we do have satisfactory changes to the covenants. In terms of subdivision name, the proposed name of the subdivision shall not duplicate or too closely approximate phonetically the name of any other subdivision in Clinton County. Having checked with the county recorder, the proposed name for this request, Sophia Estates Minor Subdivision, does not conflict with any other name. And this is where I'm kind of going to change how the staff report's going just a bit. So there is on this plat, and we have called the petitioner, so they're aware. They're not going to be surprised by this tonight. We were able to catch them actually about an hour before the hearing. So this happened very last minute as we were trying to organize things. But if you look at the plat, there is a easement that crosses almost dead center from roughly east to west across the middle of this proposed new lot for a pipeline. and that easement is pre-existing. And we had, just to do due diligence, actually, I think the owners of the pipeline were out there doing something unrelated. And they noted the sign for the hearing and called us to make sure there was not an infringement on their easement. According to the current plans, the contractor's business would be on the south side of the easement, which isn't really a problem because it's up against the county road, so the driveway will come right in. But the proposed house is reusing the old septic for the single wide, which is on the north side of the easement, and in times bygone, shared an access with the house, I think, that's up there. It didn't come in from the south. So NDOT will not allow a driveway to come in, a new one, off 39. So there is no way to access off the road directly to a site north of the easement, which means a driveway does have to cross the easement in order for this plan to meet the standards. And Sunco, which is the owner of that easement, first off, they noted their easement is 66 foot wide. The plat only shows it at 50 foot. They also noted they do not necessarily allow a driveway in their easement, although they're not saying they're going to deny it, but they need to review the proposal. And they need to come out to the site and actually locate their infrastructure and its exact depth at that location. And they need to perform an analysis where they calculate the effects of having a driveway cross. They do only allow perpendicular crossings, so that's a given that has to occur. But that load calculation analysis is critical to them. And then based on the results, they're either going to say, this works if the applicant does these things to make sure the infrastructure is protected, or this doesn't work. So where the problem comes with our standards is if Sunco, we have standards both for easements that we have to look at, but we also have standards for septic suitability. So if Sunco will not allow a driveway to cross this, and NDOT will not allow an access off 39, then there cannot be a house placed north of the easement because it is inaccessible, which then means the reuse of that septic is not viable. So the applicants would then have to see if they could find a site south of the easement and get new septic approvals, which would require soil reports. Obviously, we can't resolve that in an hour before a meeting. Or conversely, Sunco asked for that plan. They didn't sound like they were an automatic denial. It more sounded like they just need to find out what's there, and they do approve crossings, but they don't know without seeing it. So the applicant would need to submit that plan to Sunco for consideration and get through their process. And then Sunco would give us something in writing, either letting us know that they're approving a crossing, and if so, at exactly what location, so we can show it on the plat and in the covenants appropriately to match what's allowed. Or if they deny it, then the applicant will be back to needing to go to the south, or I guess circling around to see if NDOT will make an exception. But without something changing right now, staff does not believe that the plat meets the standards. But given the hour that we had between finding this out and here, and the petitioner found out, staff doesn't have any reason at this point to believe it's impossible to meet the standards. So I would recommend that rather than, that we give it a chance for them to contact Sunco and see if they can find a solution, and that we would continue this to the next regularly scheduled meeting and just see what comes out of it. There just wasn't, we talked to the Sunco representative an hour before. There just isn't time to figure it out what we had.
Okay, thank you. Are the petitioners present? Would you guys like to add anything at the microphone? Okay.
Ron Ware with Moses Surveying. Nathan Carlson with Sunco called me this afternoon, and he discussed that the driveway itself will need to be perpendicular to the pipeline. They will then come out and determine what the depth of that is and determine whether they need to do any additional air bridges or a mat across the driveway. And if at the time we're doing heavy construction, the cement trucks and things like that, as long as that's the only time the heavy construction will cross that driveway, they will determine then at that time if they need any additional bridging across their pipe. But other than that, they did not think that to be any problem. They'll just have to determine it at the time that the driveway is put in.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the audience have any questions or like to add anything?
Go ahead.
Just state your name, sir, please.
My name is Gary Click. His driveway, Jen's driveway is, directly across from my front yard. I have no problem him doing the pole barn, just as long as there's no retail and there's something some kind of fence to make it notable where it's, it doesn't look like a junkyard. And, and he has said he's going to put a fence around it and it's not going to be no retail. That's, me and my neighbor, Ryan Norris, we just want a respectable neighborhood. We just don't want no, a bunch of stuff hanging around and everything. And as far as the house is concerned, they won't, the state said they can't have anything off 39. Well, right there in the corner of his lot, right there where the house, where the trailer used to be, there's people with internet all the time, damn time, coming in and out, coming in and out, coming in and out. What is the difference with them not having a driveway there? Then you'll have to come all the way across there. I don't understand what the problem is with, with the drive. And like I said, in that pole barn and then them building a house on the north side of the pipeline, I have no issues, but I don't, the only thing I want to do is make sure it's presentable. I don't want no damn junkyard in my front yard.
Okay. Thank you,
So,
sir.
I guess I was just going to note for clarifications. I guess first off, I always ask people with that concern, irregardless of whether it's a house, a business, whatever the use is, with the exception of some stuff in the I-2. There are a few exceptions, but you don't have any heavy industrial zoning near you. We have rules that don't allow for the accumulation of junk and debris. So I guess I would ask that if you start seeing the accumulation of junk and debris, please don't wait to call us till you got a ridiculously large problem. It's much easier to deal with when it first starts than when we find out about it years later. In terms of NDOT, they're a state entity. That is their right of way. They do own rights to it. So in terms of what they do and don't approve, we're as much at the mercy of it as landowners are. You would need to call their Crawfordsville office, which is the one having jurisdiction here, if you had questions about why they will or won't approve a specific driveway or old driveway for reuse, because sometimes there's old ag accesses all throughout the county where somebody wants to do something with a house or a business and NDOT says, no, the drive can't be upgraded, or if it has to be upgraded, there's certain rules, but they do have distances. So I can't speak for them other than the fact that locally, if they say no, we're not allowed by state law to overrule them. So we can't permit a driveway there if the state won't allow a driveway there.
Yeah, all I want is a damn good neighbor. I don't want just, we have talked, James and I have talked, quite a few times at him being over there. So I hope we're a good, I hope he's a good neighbor. I guess we'll find out. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience like to add anything or any questions? Go ahead, sir.
Name is James Blaisdell. I'm the petitioner. There wasn't a whole lot of time given before the meeting to find out that there are potentially some restrictions on the driveway leading back to the proposed house. I did want to put out there that with Ron's feedback and having conversation with Nate, I do feel comfortable understanding that if there's some stipulations put in place that if there is not the ability to put the drive in, then yes, we would have to go through and restructure and discover a new plan to build south of that pipeline, put in a septic system and that type of thing. So I am aware, I have put some thought into it. I want to make sure that it's clear that I will follow those guidelines, whatever they may be. If there is restrictions for us to run a driveway over the perpendicular portion of that pipeline, if that changes our plan on site building, that's what we're willing to do. And the first proposal for construction is going to be putting in the pole barn, which is non-effective to where the placement of this pipeline is. The change would be when I go through and get the building permit for the house. So I'm aware of the restrictions. I want to just be known that I've given it some thought, and with conversation with Ron and his conversation with Nate, I do feel comfortable pushing this through if at all possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to add anything? Okay, open up to board discussion. Do you mind come to the microphone, sir?
Do you want me to bring one to you?
Mr. President, could we request that you turn the microphone towards the podium because nobody can hear when they're standing at the podium, number one. And Mr. Sheets' microphone does not work at all, so if you could pass it back and forth, it would be better because back here we cannot hear those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, open up to board discussion.
Well, since it's today as it sets, it's not meeting the standard. I mean, our two choices are to deny it or to continue it. I mean, obviously we have some stuff hanging there. I think if we can just continue it this evening into the next meeting, that's probably the best. Because if we deny it, then is it 90 days before they can reapply? Correct?
I'm sorry, Jay was asking me a question at the same time as you were asking me a question.
That's fine. 90 days. If we denied it tonight, it would be 90 days before they could refile.
This
for-
is Plan Commission. It's different than BZA.
Okay.
I would need to look. Do you have your ordinance?
That's not a big deal. but
Okay. I think it's
there's
long.
an extra.
I think it's longer for Plan Commission than it is for BZA,
Okay.
but I would need to look to see exactly what the length of time
But
is.
I mean, for me, I think continuing it gives us another 30 days or so to get some stuff straightened out. That's probably the best action that we can do tonight. I move to continue unless if somebody else has other discussion.
I will second it unless anybody else has anything to add. So Andy made the motion to continue it, and then Grant, or myself, seconded it. Roll call vote when you get a chance, please. No, you can go ahead, ma'am. Okay.
Actual driveway would be on. We're building on this side of it, on the right side of it. So it's not actually on the actual pipeline that we're talking about right now. So that's on the right side is where we're planning on building the pole barn, and that's like just for storage, along with the fence, to go ahead and make it look nice. So, but we're planning, the house is on the back side of it, and that's where that's the problem that we're talking about right now.
Correct.
So would there be any way that we can separate both of them?
You'd have to file you'd have to file two separate one-lot subdivisions. Probably create a whole lot more extra work and expense but you'd have to refile two separate one-lot subdivisions to be considered. But then if your easement is crossing the first one to get to the second, you're going to be back to having them tied together again.
All right, it's because it's costing us money. That's why.
I think this is the best solution that we can come up with today. I mean, because you guys want to put that lot together. I mean, the plot says that they're together.
Okay, I
With
see.
the easement issue,
Okay.
you're either going to Ron and putting two together, and then we're still at another easement issue where you have to run an easement from the house plot through the future pole barn plot. This is the best we can do tonight.
All right, okay, thanks.
Yep, thank you. Did you get everything written down, Liz?
I think so. I've got a motion from Andy with a second from Grant to continue to give them a chance to work out what they need to with the easement for the northern home site where they have the septic approval to be viable, or I suppose show they've got septic suitability somewhere they can access. So a vote to continue, Grant Mueller,
Yes.
Dan Sheets,
Yes.
Yes.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Walt Minnick,
Yes.
Chad Colby,
Yes.
Kevin Myers.
Yes.
All right, so 7-0 to continue. And if, I know that as staff, we've had some conversations with Sunco too, so if there's anything we can do to help you guys in that communication, or if you're running into a stalemate, I guess, let us know. We don't mind emailing also, so we can get it figured out.
Okay, thank you. Before we start this next hearing, which I know you guys are all here for, I will have to recuse myself. I have a conflict of interest in this case. So that being said, Andy Bailey will be running the meeting going forward.
Can I ask you a question? What is that conflict?
Do you want to address that? I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah, I have nothing to hide. So I have family that has ground with the data. So that's being proposed for the data center. So I don't think it would be my best interest to stay on and vote on that.
There's
So-
a financial connection, so that would be a problem for conflict.
Because one of my questions in general is, and any conflicts of interest, not just with this, any city or.
I think we need your name for the record and a microphone if we're going
Would
to
you mind-
carry on a conversation, because there's people watching online and
So let's wait until the discussion part. Are you on the list to discuss? Okay.
so I'm just going to summarize for the recording. I'm not sure the name of the gentleman in the front row, but he basically stated that he had a general concern for all boards that conflicts of interest be addressed. I would note by state law, board members do not have to disclose their conflicts of interest, but Grant was willing to voluntarily, but they are required to remove themselves if they have one. In this case, it's a legal conflict of interest. Sometimes board members also have conflicts of interest due to conscience or something like a conversation that may have occurred where even though it's not legally a financial thing, it renders them unable to view something with an open mind to both sides.
Okay, so my name is Peter Johnson.
Peter Johnson, for the record. Thank you.
If I heard you correctly, you are saying that even though there could be significant conflicts of interest on people voting on not just this project, but any project, those conflicts of interest do not need to be disclosed.
They have to declare they have one, and they need to recluse themselves. And if somebody showed they did not, that would be grounds for legal proceedings. So they do. They have to recluse, but they do not have to state the nature of their conflict. They simply have to state they have one and remove themselves.
Be recusing myself. I can't objectively hear this case.
I've got it. I've got one and it'll be good there. So before we even start this, we have a lot of people that want to discuss this issue tonight. I would ask you to be respectful to the board, be respectful to everybody in the audience. Anybody that is out of line will be removed from the room here. This is an emotional topic for everybody here. The other thing that I would tell you, and Liz talked about this before, it just went out. Obviously, we've went through subdivision approvals. This is a rezone approval, and this is a recommendation. So this is not the end-all be-all. We don't assign the rule tonight for this rezone. We are a recommending body for the rezone, and we're recommending to the commissioners, just so that you guys are clear on our ruling tonight. Do you have anything else to add to that, Liz? Before
I
we go
think
through
I think you pretty well covered
Okay.
covered
So-
that basis.
One thing that when we have this many people to speak at a meeting, a lot of you guys have the same thoughts. Have the same thoughts as somebody that is.
Use the one down here. Dan, will you
Yeah.
pass one of those? See if, I know one wasn't working for Dan, but try another.
Sorry, guys. If you have the same thoughts as somebody else in the crowd, after that person is done speaking, please stand up to let it be known to the board that you are in support of the ideas that speaker did. And if somebody has already covered what you want to speak on, we don't need broken records at the end of the day. I mean, we've all got time. We've all got families that we want to get back to. I just want to respect everybody's time in here, the board, our staff that's worked all day on this case also, and all of you guys that have a family at home. This is definitely important. I don't want to shove stuff through as far as being, not want to listen to people, but try to keep on task and make it tell your story. But we don't need a broken record. Okay. So, Liz, will you take us through the staff report?
I will. So I'm going to note, first off, I ask for some patience because I've got a staff report and then I've got a whole lot of public comment that I've got to go through. So unfortunately, I'm just going to have to talk for a moment. And it's going to be a little bit lengthy. So if you can please just try to bear with me. I do very much appreciate all of the people that have submitted comment, both for and against, and who have taken the time to be here. Well, maybe, I don't know if everyone would agree with me, but I wish more people would come to more of our meetings when there's not an issue, just so that you're aware of processes and you're involved. So I appreciate the involvement, and I don't want anybody to think that I don't. And I hope that I did manage to reply to everybody who did send a comment to let them know we did receive that. So with that, I'm going to dive into the staff report. And this is for the application of Logix Realty LLC. This is a request to rezone land from the A1 agricultural zoning district to the I1 light industrial zoning district. The property in question is actually mostly A1. There is a little tiny corner that is already I1, but included in the request. To the north, we have agricultural. To the east, we have some agricultural and some light industrial. To the south, we have city industrial district. The city does not have a light and a heavy industrial. They only have one industrial for all industrial uses. So that's just I. And then we also have some county light industrial. And to the west, we have agricultural and light industrial. The petition site consists of 714.55 acres. It's generally located on both sides of North County Road 300 West between the railroad and Farmers Gravel Road, and it is in Washington Center and Union Townships. There's a utility substation on the west side of the site and 6 houses that the site surrounds on all 4 sides. There's 2 legal non-conforming houses in the existing industrial district adjacent to the south. Legal non-conforming means they were there before the zoning district or the rules were, so they're allowed to continue as long as they stand, but if something happens to them, they have a process and may or may not be able to rebuild. So then we have another 4 homes in the agricultural district adjacent to the site to the north. And one of those homes is also the site of a business called Bittersweet Nursery, which is a longstanding agriculturally related local business that focuses on landscaping, gardening supplies, and nursery plants. There's farm fields to the rest of the north, east, and the west, and everything to the south is both industrially zoned and occupied by industrial uses. 2/3 of this petition site sits within the designated TIF district for commercial growth. The landfill buffer area where houses are strongly discouraged uses is a half mile to the north of the site. The landfill itself is a mile north. The south side of the site is directly adjacent to Frankfort's corporate line and the urban growth area boundary for Frankfort, which right now are coterminous. A little bit of the south end of the site is actually within the urban growth area boundary, but not within the city limits. An urban growth area boundary is just an area where the city is eventually anticipated to annex. And the zoning is usually either commercial or residential in preparation for that. And we're getting to the tail end of a comp plan, so we haven't expanded that to reflect the city's annexation yet. So they're still coterminous. Anyway, the applicant is hoping to place a data center on this site, staff would like to note that the county commissioners and area plan are not considering a data center, but rather are considering whether or not rezoning these parcels to light industrial is appropriate. A data center might never be developed or might someday no longer be viable on the site. It could end up being other uses that are permitted in the district. So the overall district, with all the permitted uses that are possible and the appropriateness for industrial development on the site, should also be examined, not just the use that happens to be interested in driving the petition at the moment. The site does have extensive county drainage facilities crossing it in multiple places. No plan or proposal has been submitted to or discussed with the county surveyor regarding that infrastructure or what may need to be installed at the landowner's expense. And this will have to be done before any development plan can be submitted for approval. The drainage infrastructure also serves quite a bit of offsite land, which needs to be considered. There's floodplain along the swale that goes under the railroad, and information will need to be obtained from the state. Any reworking or location of that will need to go through the state's floodplain review and approval. I will note ConAgra already sits across that, and their maps have not been updated, so that floodplain may not actually exist, may simply be a remnant on the maps that somebody at the State House hasn't corrected yet. In terms of State Road 28, it's an improved divided 4-lane, sufficient for industrial traffic. And then we have State Road 38 to the north of the site, which is also sufficient for industrial traffic. Farmers Gravel, County Road 300 West and 450 are paved and sufficient for higher traffic volumes, but are not reviewed or designed for consistent industrial traffic. County Road 100 North in the middle of the site is a narrow single-lane gravel and insufficient at this time for increased traffic volume. There's a very large substation adjacent to the northwest, as well as higher voltage transmission lines along the railroad, and another set of even bigger lines that crosses from northeast to southwest through that substation and the entire site. Adequately sized sewer and water lines are available at 300 and 0, and the developer will be able to bring those lines to the site to serve it at industrial levels. Frankfurt Power and Light and Timpmont Rimsey are also able to serve the electrical needs of an industrial development in this location, including a data center, without issue. The developer will be placing new substations at their own expense on land that they have purchase agreements with to serve the site. And that land is included in the rezoning request. The rezoning would include their buildings, all their drainage facilities, their green space that's required, as well as their substations. That's all within that industrial district. The intended user on the site that's currently the petitioner would like to develop in 2 phases, placed after an initial phase that would occur inside the Frankfurt limits and is not part of this hearing. So on this particular petition site, phase 2 would be 167.66 acres, and phase 3 would be the remaining 546.89 acres, approximately. The data center that the applicant would like to place on the site will be part of an overall campus with several uses. While not part of the specific hearing, initially a concrete precast manufacturer that will support commercial, industrial, and residential precast construction in the Midwest will be locating on about 71 acres to the south. That's inside the city limits and not part of this hearing tonight, but it is part of the applicant's statement of intent that they submitted to staff in terms of their plans. And that will operate within the city limits in conjunction with this site. And then they also will be bringing an agricultural use that will be in the agricultural district and consist of hydroponic farming for produce for food that is symbiotic with the data center site. And that also is not part of this hearing tonight, since it does not require industrial zoning. Food production, including greenhouses, are approvable in the agricultural district, but it is part of what they submitted in their statement of intent. So as staff, I felt like I wanted to reflect, the total of what I know. So on that first page, we've got, just for, board members, I've tried to outline in blue the petition site, just for the sake of avoiding confusion. There are some holes in the middle of it. Those are those houses I referred to. They are not part of the petition site. They have not signed agreements at this time. So I tried to reflect they weren't, but I wanted to be clear on that map. On the second page, there's a zoning map that shows you the TIF district as it overlays the site, as well as the city limits. And then there's some pictures. With all honesty, 3 of these pictures I took back at the original petition from the south side of the site, and they were way prettier, so I did not replace them. But I did go out there and take another picture here this last week, looking south from 300 right after I turned on Farmers Gravel, since that I didn't previously have a picture that showed the transmission lines in that location and that land looking from the north. So that's new. There's 5 criteria that the Area Plan Commission and the county commissioners are supposed to pay reasonable regard to, are the words in state law. So consider as they look at a rezoning request. And I'm going to kind of start to go through those. So the first one is the most recently adopted comprehensive plan. The Washington Township Future Land Use Map in the 2012 Clinton County Comprehensive Plan describes Washington Township as having a great diversity of land uses. The city of Frankfurt crosses parts of the township. Much of the east and south parts of it are within the areas designated for Frankfurt's future development. On this side, the west side of town, that development and growth is anticipated to be industrial and commercial in nature to a great extent. The Center Township Future Land Use Map encourages mixed-use development moving into this area as infrastructure is able to support it, primarily the industrial park as it expands, and much of Center Township is comprised of the city of Frankfurt, which is not part of our jurisdiction, but of course is an important part of our community. The Union Township land use map has one of the more varied sets of land uses within the county, as the landfill limits residential growth on much of its west side, and Frankfort's expansion is anticipated on much of the southern side. This site is directly adjacent to Frankfort's corporate line and the railroad, so it is within the next tier of land growth would be anticipated to occur as the industrial park expands. There has long been a discussion of uses that need energy sitting nearer to the landfill on this side of town, with potential symbiotic relationships allowing the use, instead of open burning, of the methane byproducts. This site is 2/3 within the county's TIF district, where future commercial development is desired and expected, and sits between the industrial district and the railroad in Frankfort's limits and the landfill to the new north, where houses are strongly discouraged. Sewer and water are available to serve industrial growth, and all land adjacent to the petition site to the south is already zoned industrial. So this would be the next area of expansion, not a spot zone isolated from other industrial ground. The general location is appropriate for industrial zoning in terms of surrounding zoning and location, though the size of the expansion is larger than what we typically see requested. That said, as this is a specific user that has a large footprint, there does appear to be a reason for their requested size that's tied to the plan to develop the entire site, which they provided in general concept. At a rezoning stage, site plans are not binding, they're conceptual. At the development plan stage is when they have to be tied into the foot for what's happening where. The remaining discussion point regarding the comprehensive plan, however, is if the infrastructure is ready, or if there's a plan to make it concurrently ready for an expansion of the industrial park this large all at once just yet. There's several comprehensive plan goals and objectives relevant to the site being rezoned. Natural Resources Goal 1, Objective 2 states to provide better drainage within the county. And action steps further note to enforce the Clinton County Drainage Ordinance. Natural Resource Goal 2, Objective 3 echoes this again, calling to improve drainage within the county. And action step 3 requires developers to provide adequate stormwater drainage of appropriate sizes. Land Use Goal 4 states to promote high-quality industrial development that complements the community, and Objective 1 under that goal states to locate industrial development along highways, railroads, and other forms of infrastructure. Action Step 1 under that further states to design industrial development to be compatible with adjacent development in terms of lot size, buffering, and screening. Economic Development Goal 3, Objective 1, Action Step 5 notes to encourage additional industrial sites that do have railroad access. And the comprehensive plan encourages using zoning standards to buffer uses with different intensities. Working through everything relevant into the comprehensive plan, the site is generally appropriate for industrial development in terms of location and proximity to like uses such as industrial and the landfill. There are no issues with sewer, water, or electric service capacity for the site. There are drainage concerns with the county infrastructure that are probably addressable, but not yet addressed. Additionally, if the industrial park is to be expanded, roads do need to be of adequate size and type to serve those uses. 100 North, 300 West, 450 West, and Farmers Gravel are not sufficiently improved for industrial use at this time and should be at the developer's expense to correct for their use rather than taxpayers in general. 2 of the adjacent homes are legal non-conforming in the industrial district to the south, but there's other immediately adjacent agriculturally zoned homes to the north and within the site that are not already surrounded by industrial land, and the developer should be required to mitigate or otherwise address effects on those residential occupants as part of any plan to move forward. Protecting Bittersweet Nursery's business should also be part of that discussion. 2, current conditions and character of structure and uses in each district. The requested I-1 industrial, light industrial zoning district for the area does seem fitting, as it's directly adjacent to the railroad and the existing industrial park, as well as Frankfort's corporate boundary. It is 2/3 within the TIF district, where the county anticipates growth occurring both around the landfill and adjacent to the industrial park. There's a large substation and 2 different high voltage electrical lines already crossing this site. The 2 residences to the south are already zoned industrial and have been since at least 93, possibly 77, as 50 North has been historically, before ConAgra, the northern edge of the original 1970s industrial park, which was the last major expansion of industrial land that happened within the community. Over the last 20 years, landowners making significant improvements in that area have been informed by staff that significant investment may be a risk as industrial expansion is eventually anticipated. In 2024, at a rezoning hearing for one of the houses in the cluster of housing within this site, it was mentioned that industrial and business growth and zoning was anticipated at some point in the future. And those houses on the corner will likely be near industrial or business as Frankfort grows. The petition site is larger than we in Clinton County have typically seen. So if leadership moves forward, it will close the gap between the landfill and industrial areas. While not entirely inconsistent with maps in the comprehensive plan, the size would be larger than what was foreseen as likely in past decades, perhaps moving towards eventually merging them into a larger industrial area than they would have been envisioned based on what was known in the 1990s and early 2000s. 3, the most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted. The ground is zoned agricultural and is mostly vacant land that is farmed right now. There are a couple small woodlands within the site. Part of the border touches industrial zoning and uses, while the rest borders ag and conforming residential uses. It is again close to the industrial park, and the TIF district is over part of it. This area is not the best place for housing developments given the high voltage transmission lines cutting across a significant part of the site, the existing substation, the adjacent railroad, the neighboring industrial park, and the landfill with existing limits on residential to the north. Given the adjacent industrial park, it is also tough to argue that farming is the highest and best use for the southern part of the site at least. Sooner or later, it is likely some sort of industrial commercial development is the best use for the land, especially given the rail frontage and neighboring industrial park. For the conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. The proposed plan is preliminary, which is typical for site plans at the rezoning stage. In fact, we have a much more detailed site plan than we typically get at a rezoning stage, but that is appreciated by staff given the scale. In general, the property values for the petition site and the industrial ground to the south would not be negatively affected. Farm fields would also not be negatively affected in terms of value, and land adjacent could potentially increase in value due to being potentially developable next. The houses nearby, particularly the one closest to the existing substation where there are no trees and buffering at all and the lot is very narrow, may see their land value increase as potential business or industrial sites, but if they remain as residential homes, and are not appropriately mitigated against the effects of adjacent industrial development, they likely will have challenges getting the same residential value they have now when they sell on the open market, much like houses near the landfill or the legal non-conforming homes within the industrial park already experience. Even though this area has long been anticipated to become industrial or business, any decision should also take into account how to best mitigate the effect for the houses so they can be relocated or other ways maintain a similar residential atmosphere regardless of the new neighboring use and have some confidence in resale value if they're eventually sold. There is no question that if approved, this rezoning would dramatically change the surrounding neighborhood beyond what residents would have reasonably expected when they purchased or inherited these homes, especially for homes on the north side of the site that are not currently adjacent to the railroad or anything commercial at this time, and might have expected a couple tiers of growth over decades to occur before their properties became adjacent. 5, responsible growth and development. Growth of the industrial park outward along the State Road 28 corridor is what has been planned over the last few decades with the vision that it will expand to the north and the south of existing development as the industrial park grows. Planning has also encompassed the idea of methane using heavy industrial development eventually occurring adjacent to the landfill, particularly to the south side. Developing adjacent land to expand the industrial park is preferable to starting new industrial parks in the eastern side of the county or the northern or the southern. Adding more I-1 land adjacent to the railroad and industrial land makes sense. That said, the outer transitional edge of the industrial park may not be the right place for really intense manufacturing uses, such as recycling centers, larger factories that produce a significant odor, or uses that have expansive unscreened outdoor storage. Consideration needs to be given to being sure that the land can be made ready for development of any kind and can be drained and has sufficient road access, and this, like many previous developments, should be at the developer's expense. If there is no plan to upgrade the roads to handle commercial industrial traffic, then rezoning of the larger area, while perhaps somewhat appropriate in terms of rezoning of zoning patterns and comprehensive plan goals, should wait until either the infrastructure has been upgraded or a user is willing to commit to upgrading it. Attention also needs to be given to how best mitigate the effect of growth on conforming homes and protect the existing agricultural business that sits adjacent to the larger site, regardless of what user ends up on this land. Finally, some consideration should be given to what happens to the land if it is not developed in full or in part as intended in this petition, as an industrial area this large without a committed user building it out may become a liability to future decision makers that they would have wanted to have their own conversations about with some future user if it does not develop as planned for some reason. So having gone through sort of a multifaceted analysis of the things to be considered, I'm going to move into a staff recommendation. I have a personal philosophy, regardless of what my personal feelings may be, that I need to come to a recommendation. So with that said, I have to take a side. I require that of myself because I feel that I'm useless in the process if I just sort of say, have fun with that, and don't bring it to some sort of set of thoughts or conclusion to help frame the professional opinion. So with that said, in this case, there are some specific questions and concerns that are relevant to determining what kind of recommendation based on land use infrastructure and the comprehensive plan may be reasonable to send to the county commissioners to consider as part of their rationale as they make a final decision about the rezoning request. Over the course of the previous petition with this developer and now this one with an end user finally involved in the process, staff has had the opportunity to express many of their concerns about worst case scenarios and what guarantees staff feels should be on the table for commitments if this proposal were to move forward that would help guard against the challenges this much land might present if this end user doesn't develop with the technology they are proposing and the way they state they intend to. The end user has agreed to the general language of 11 commitments that they are willing to bind themselves and all future owners of this land in this petition site to. Staff does have 3 other commitments they would recommend discussing with the applicant based on information considered during the process of analysis and writing the staff report. But those, there was not time to discuss those in detail with the applicant ahead of time for them to agree to or object to. Ultimately, all commitments desired, should there be any, would need to be signed off on by the current landowners, binding themselves on all future ones before any approval would be granted by the county commissioners. And commitments can be adjusted, added, and subtracted up until the point of a rezoning being approved. A jurisdiction cannot require commitments of an applicant who is unwilling. If an applicant refuses to sign commitments that are requested, then the jurisdiction's recourse is to deny, not to force something through. So, in general, the commitments that the applicant has agreed to place on the land in conversations with staff after submitting the application. And I'm going to present these in general concept because just due to time constraints and everything that happens, this hasn't been through all the attorneys for final perfect wordsmithing. At this point, we're trying to get the concept of kind of what staff feels important and what the developer is willing to bind themselves to in enforceable writing. So I am going to note, I'm going to try to do this in a way that makes sense. It's really hard verbally, but I'm going to try to note as I go through these what we have agreement on and then what are items that there's still conversation occurring about. I'm so sorry. I can. I have a habit of trying to go through these fast because I frankly get thirsty. And
No,
I'm
no,
sorry, but
wait,
no, not at
let's-
this time. I will be happy to clarify anything once I get through, but I need to get through the initial presentation of both this and all the written opinions before we have to keep a sense of order. So I'm not saying I won't, but please ask it when it comes up and I'll be happy to answer whatever it is as best I can. So with that said, these commitments, the first one is, and I'm going to give a little context to this. We have something called a use table in our Unified Development Ordinance, and it specifies what uses are permitted, prohibited, or what we call special exception uses, meaning you go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and they determine whether it is or is not appropriate in a specific case. So that exists already for all different types of zoning districts. And so this first commitment regards uses that are currently have a path of approval in an industrial district, but staff wanted to see prohibited uniquely in this particular industrial district unless someone came back with another petition. And the applicant has agreed that they're willing to bind themselves to these uses for themselves and future owners being prohibited. And these would include wild animals, boat rental and storage, bottled gas storage and distribution, auction sales yards, trucking terminal, freight distribution clubs and similar organizations, meteorological test towers, confined feeding operations, mineral extraction, wild animals, classes 2 and 3, truck stops, aircraft sales, storage and rentals, service and repair, truck and trailer rentals as a principal or accessory use, a jail, penal or correctional institutions, hunting preserves and game lands, including wild and exotic animals, motorcycle or snowmobile trails, model airplane facilities, paintball facilities, bulk fuel yards, airport landing strips or heliports, non-commercial heliports, radio or TV broadcasting towers, self-storage facilities or mini warehousing, scrap metal processing facilities, and solid waste processing facilities. So those are all uses that in the normal ordinance have passed to approval in the light industrial district. But if the end user that's talking to us now weren't to go in, staff has major concerns that we would want prohibited. We would want an additional conversation. So they would be bound to that if these commitments were then signed to, those could not occur in that district without more public hearings. Second commitment the applicant is willing to agree to is all uses on this site must solely be served by Frankfort Municipal Utilities for water and sewer. No well, public or private, may be drilled on this site, and no uses on this site may be served by any wells that are not owned and operated by the municipality. All water systems for data center cooling shall be closed-loop recirculating systems. The third item that the applicant is willing to bind themselves to, that there's no disagreement on the current wording of in general, is power generation utilizing on-site nuclear technology or wind energy conversion systems, which are WEXs in our Unified Development Ordinance, are prohibited on this site. 4, within 12 months of I'm going to say the owner, attorneys say the obligator. That's a legal term that would be in the paperwork they sign at the end of the day, but that's sort of confusing. So I'm just going to say owner, where attorneys would say obligator. Just means the person having the right to sign, the owner that initially binds themselves to this, and all future owners. Within 12 months of commencing construction activities, the owner and the jurisdiction having control. We've written it that way because if this is annexed, we want to make sure Frankfort also has the right to enforce these commitments, not just Clinton County. So the jurisdiction having control and the owner at that time shall mutually agree on a decommissioning plan in writing, which will address the removal of any building or structure that is vacated and remains unoccupied for 24 months thereafter, which is defined as abandoned in the current zoning ordinance as well as specifically listed in the agreement. The decommissioning plan will require that when a building or structure is deemed abandoned, the owner and the county commissioners have to agree on an adaptive reuse of that building, or the owners have to provide a financial surety in the amount equal to 105% of the estimated cost to remove that abandoned structure or building and return it to its pre-construction state. Financial surety shall automatically renew or have no expiration when the abandoned site or portions of the site that are either decommissioned or reoccupied by a new user when the abandoned site or portions of the site are either decommissioned or they are reoccupied, then the jurisdiction having control shall release the financial guarantee back to the owner. Basically, once they solve the problem, we don't just hold that money forever. It's there to guarantee an action. Once the action's taken, it doesn't get held. And then the plan, estimate, and any applicable guarantees to the degree they are in effect at the time of review shall be reviewed every 5 years with the jurisdiction having control and adjusted as necessary to ensure sufficient planning exists to decommission the site if it becomes needed. And that's just because of inflation and things that change. We like to have a regular review. For other uses that we worry about this with, it's already in our ordinance, but it's not for this use, so we want it in commitments. 5, again, this one, there's not any dispute in sort of the initial point of the way it's written. The owners and the county commissioners shall mutually agree in writing to a road use agreement before any permits can be issued for any use on the site or any construction activities may commence. The agreement shall specify how to improve, expand, and or vacate affected roads surrounding and through the site sufficiently for industrial traffic. 6, sound levels, and this is where it's going to start to get confusing, because we have partial agreement and then we have some things that I would view as material and I think the applicant would view as material where we've just run out of time to go back and forth with everything else that's happening. So further negotiation on agreement is going to happen through hearings should it be desired. And so I just am trying to convey an honest point of where it's at right now. So we have agreement on sound levels created by uses on the site shall not exceed 65 decibels. Here's where we have a little bit of disagreement still. The end user would like that to be at the property line. Staff would like that to be at the inside of the buffer yard area surrounding the site perimeter. And then staff has added a clause into this that the end user had not seen. So some of this is simply because they haven't seen it, not because they're refusing to agree. So wanting to be fair and transparent in that, and they're going to have to have, we're going to have to continue that conversation through these hearings. But staff had added a line that they had not seen that said any uses on this site, and this was in response to a change they'd passed back to us and trying to make sure we had due diligence. Any uses on the site shall submit a preliminary sound study as part of their development plan review process, documenting the existing normal sound levels pre-construction. Then we have agreement on this part Within 6 months after the first building on the site is occupied and operations have commenced on the site, the owner shall submit a sound study that measures the level of sound at a point 10 foot outside of any home within or around the perimeter of the site. Again, here, the end user hasn't seen this sentence to agree to it. Each time thereafter a new building is constructed within 6 months of occupation of added buildings beyond the first, a sound study must be provided for adjacent affected homes. Staff added that because if things are built in tiers, we wanted to make sure we were checking those sounds each time something changed and it wasn't just a one time and it got out of control. And then we have an agreement on this last phrase. If a provided study at any point in that shows that operations on the site have increased the sound level more than 15 decibels, that's 1.5, over the existing ambient noise on that pre-construction study, then the owner shall provide a noise mitigation plan and reduce such sound level to 15 decibels or less above ambient sound. 7, this one we don't have any disagreement on right now. It sits with staff and the applicant agreed. Buffer yards shall be installed in the site between the uses and the front, side, and rear property lines that consist of a continuous 8-foot tall concrete wall or a mound with at least 3 evergreens, 1 deciduous tree, and 2 shrubs on the outside of the wall or mound for every 100 linear foot of buffer yard. So we have buffer yard rules already in the ordinance, but they would not require an 8-foot barrier. So that's where the commitment is adding something. Even if there's not a commitment, they still have to do a buffer yard, but it's going to be something a little bit less than that. And then we have a sentence that notes buffer yards installed adjacent to the industrial zoning at the time of construction may simply follow the Clinton County Unified Development Ordinance listed buffer yard requirements without the need for additional walls, mounds, or height, unless adjacent to or buffering a road or house. So that just means adjacent to the railroad on Conagra, staff didn't feel that they needed to put a 8-foot mound that might need to be removed to bring rail into the site. But around houses that are legal non-conforming, even though they're industrial, staff does feel they still need mitigation and that berming needs to occur. So that just sort of recognizes that Conagra doesn't need the same site protection that everything else might. The 8th commitment, and I guess I'll note, because this may be hard to track, when we get after this hearings, the staff report is public record. So if you want a copy, you can email me in my office and we can send it. So anyway, the 8th commitment, where we have a partial agreement and partial, a phrase they haven't seen, the development plan for the site shall include a 10-foot wide non-exclusive easement. That means it's only for a single purpose. It's not conveying the land for all uses. For a sidewalk or public pedestrian path within the outside of the buffer yard areas adjacent to all road right-of-ways. So that would then the sentence that they haven't agreed to that we added is said non-exclusive easement shall be recorded before any permits are issued on the site. And that's because staff feels if you state it, but you don't do it, we lose any ability to enforce once we issue the permits. And so then governmental entities would have that easement for future use as other development of other kinds happened. We wouldn't lose the ability to get pedestrian connectivity through as the city expands. The 9th one, there's no disagreement on right now. In terms of its general writing, we're having verbiage, all of these have verbiage adjustments, but the basic idea is adverse effects created by the development on adjacent or surrounding homes shall be reasonably mitigated, including acquisition where commercially reasonable. The 10th one, the 10th one, where we also have agreement, is performance bonds shall be required for all road and utility infrastructure improvements to be installed before any permits are issued for any use on the site. And then this is just to avoid confusion, a utility or road use agreement that already has required bonding of a proposed improvement. If that exists, then this commitment does not require bonding in a second time to Clinton County. In all cases, only a single financial guarantee shall be required for any infrastructure improvement required. So this just guarantees if they're committed to an improvement, they've bonded it. So if for some reason they don't complete the improvement, the jurisdiction's holding the money to complete the improvement themselves, irregardless of whether or not the site is developed. And then the 11th one, where again, we have some things they've agreed to and some they don't. We have a timing disagreement. Staff would like this to read before any permits can be issued for any use of the site, because that's our checkpoint where we have something solid we can hold. The end user would like it to read within 12 months after they commence construction activities on the site. So we have a little disagreement on the timing. However, we agree to the following wording. The owners and the county commissioners shall mutually agree in writing on an economic development and a mitigation plan. Now, the applicant would like, if necessary, added, staff has some disagreement there. So I've just noted that disagreement and opinion to try to be transparent. But in the rest of this, we have agreement on an economic development and mitigation plan, which shall discuss measures where needed to address negative effects on any remaining neighboring homes that predate the development, but may not have been identified sufficiently before construction begins, where added soundproofing, buffering, or other assistance may be needed to mitigate dust, noise, aesthetic, or other effects that might occur as a result of the development on this site. For staff, that's just a concern that sometimes you don't know what you don't know, and wanting to have a guarantee that that there's some teeth in to make things right if something were to come up. So there's agreement on that. And then we've added a sentence that the end user has not agreed to, but staff also feels it's important. So we haven't given on as of yet. And ultimately, we don't get a call in it. The county commissioners will have to decide at the end of the day, and this board what they want to recommend. But staff would like to see a sentence that says it should also include consideration, not a requirement, but consideration, discussion of a community partnership component that might include local programs and/or grants for educational, recreational, and local small business initiatives, which may require county council to also agree if required by statute. Some types of agreements that involve fiscal things require county council to sign off. But they haven't said no, but they also haven't said yes. So I've just included that in where we don't have agreement. So those are the ones that we've already had some discussion and there's some agreement on that are on the table. As I was writing the staff report and having conversations, there's 3 additional commitments that as staff I felt that I would like to see added, but just because of timelines and how this all came together, the applicant did not get a chance to look over to indicate they've agreed or not agreed to. So I'm not saying they have not agreed to these, they just haven't had a chance to consider them. I hope they'll be discussed as conversation goes through this process. The first one is staff would like to see a commitment added along property lines on the site facing towards Bittersweet Nursery. No light spillage, direct or indirect, shall be permitted. Just for reference, because looking at the public comments, I don't think everyone is aware, the county has a night sky ordinance already adopted. So does the city. It's required in our interlocal agreement with Camp Column. It is very restrictive. It adds significant expense to developers. You could ask NHK, how that affected their site plans, because everything along 28 all the way out to the interchange sits along what's called the Prime Meridian. That's where the Milky Way lies, and that's the most critical sky. Frankfurt sits in that, unfortunately. So we try to work to mitigate as best we can in an imperfect world between development for all kinds of things, including houses and farming, and trying to keep our skies protected. So the current ordinance as it sits would only allow a 1/2 foot candle to cross the property line, and all lighting has to be shielded. So this restriction adds an additional 1/2 foot candle of limitation on Bittersweet, recognizing that their plants are particularly sensitive, more so than other uses might be, to just make it clear nothing's passing there. But that doesn't mean there's no protections everywhere else. We just already have ordinances that apply that can't be avoided, so no commitments needed. The second item that staff would like to see added is that existing woodland that is designated as functioning wetland on the wetland maps shall be preserved rather than removed. And the third item where staff would like to see added, and this is one that comes out of our concern that what happens if there is buy-in by decision makers, but it doesn't happen the way it's planned, would be that if no construction has commenced for illegal use, I've written it within 3 years on this site, and I would note, I did have some preliminary, just verbal conversation. As staff, I'd prefer 2 years. The applicant would like 5. We both have our reasons. 3 was kind of where I landed for the staff report, but I feel strongly there should be a time limit on this site or substantial parts of the site. Then Clinton County or the city of Frankfurt, if they choose to initiate a rezoning process to return the undeveloped land areas to a less intense district, whether that be ag or residential, through a public hearing process similar to this, then no objection may be raised to the downzoning initiated in such manner by the landowners, whoever they are at the time, who normally could object, and state law would prevent a rezoning over their objection. The state used to allow us to auto-revert rezonings, which is what we used to do if something was big and we had concerns. So we're no longer allowed to do that by state law. So this is trying to allow a mechanism by which, when we then, following the legal process, file for a public petition, should we need to reduce that zoning back down so it doesn't sit permanently. The owners have signed from the beginning, recognizing that if this doesn't happen, after a certain amount of time, they're waiving the right to object to us removing the zoning district so a future public process can happen if something else happens there and it's not just sitting there for 10, 20 years, and that's just a concern of staff. So staff would then note these commitments are starting suggestions, but they can be modified during the public process. They can also be objected to by the applicant, even what they've stated they would agree to initially, up until the point that final commitments documents are voluntarily signed for recording. So the way this works is if commitments are being offered, we prepare a document that lists them, owners bind themselves to it, and then that document gives staff the authorization to record it as soon as rezoning is adopted. If no rezoning occurs, we're not allowed to record it, but we hold that before any action's taken, so it can't be avoided. So in conclusion, staff would support a favorable recommendation to the county commissioners for the consideration of the land use change with the perspective of the commitments listed above being included that assure appropriate infrastructure construction, water use integrated with and paid for to the community are addressed, and that if development does not occur on the land, it can be rezoned back to a less intense district instead of sitting there for long periods of time as a potential liability when future decision makers would want the ability to consider future proposals in a separate public process. That said, staff would strongly caution against any favorable recommendation without a full set of clear commitments that addresses the major concerns, both the size of the site and the use may pose. And as an applicant cannot be forced into any commitment, should the Plan Commission feel that the applicant is unwilling to agree to sufficient commitments in their opinion, then staff would feel a negative recommendation should be sent to the commissioners rather than a favorable one without agreed upon commitments, because staff does feel it's important to have guarantees and guards and walls on this much land if it's going to be discussed on both the current owners and all future ones, as long as that district would sit there. That concludes the staff report. I now need to add, because this kind of happened today, right up against the hearing, as the staff report got sent out over this last weekend, and we got some responses to it. There was some additional conversation that I didn't have time to either send through the applicant other than a verbal heads up or incorporate into my staff report so I could present it all at once. But as our attorney reviewed the staff report, he had some additional thoughts and conversation given kind of where negotiations had landed that he wanted to add into that, and he submitted those in writing. And so I'm now going to note, and the applicant has not had a chance to vet these, so I want to make sure people know in conversation that wherever this conversation goes, there hasn't been some kind of pre-agreement. They're hearing this for the first time in full, the same as you are. So, but there are 5 items that Jay Moore asked us as staff to present to the board to be considered as additional commitments that tie in with the ones that are already there, where he saw perhaps some additional concerns that should be addressed. So the first one is, and these are written both to give the rationale and to give the commitment, so they wouldn't be phrased like this in the commitments document, but they were designed to help people understand where they're coming from. So the first one is, in order to protect against the possibility that construction of the improvements, buildings, roads, drainage, and utilities is commenced but not completed, the zoning commitments should require a performance and completion bond be posted. And that bond should be in favor of Clinton County that would ensure the completion of improvements required by the project and providing the funds necessary to complete or remove and remediate the damage caused by the removal should they not be completed. And those bonds would remain in place until construction is completed. So basically, if they're going to build X building, they'd bond for the cost of completing the building. So we would be guaranteed either a completed shell that could be reused or being able to reduce it to nothing, whichever way decision makers went, if for some reason it wasn't completed. The second one this is sort of, I guess, a comment, but if the real estate is owned by a single asset entity, which is normal, then an obligation arising to remove building and remediate land upon abandonment might be unenforceable in a practical matter without a surety bond before commencement of construction and continuing thereafter. So if adaptive reuse is why a surety bond is not necessary at commencement, then this third point, which is then the second commitment, would be viewed as being critical. And that would be that to be certain adaptive reuse as a warehouse or factory is economically feasible, that we don't end up with a building that is useless, The building must be built to the necessary standards as to strength of foundation and floor, the ability to add trailer docks and doors, and adequate space for vehicle ingress, egress, and parking, and height from the get-go, so that it's not something like I'm going to use Frito as an example. If Frito were to leave our community, those buildings are not readily reusable. They're very, very specialized. So if the line of logic is that these buildings are widely reusable, and it would appear that they would be, then they need to be built so that they are, with respects to things that may or may not be concerns for the initial user. And having it as a commitment then allows us to require its review in the development plan process and bind the applicant to it. Four, and this relates again to this idea of making sure it's reusable, there should be an architectural or engineering review and approval by an independent architecture engineer hired by the county and paid for by the developer to determine that the plans provided are sufficient to be adapted to large-scale warehouse or industrial uses of other types without major changes to floor structure or foundation, and that substantial structural modification would not be needed, and there's ample space for semis and trailers to load, unload, and enter should a reuse require those things, since the initial use would not. And then finally, this ties into if we have those commitments, then the development plan would be able to require that complete construction plans for the building and other infrastructure requirements are provided. Typically at development plans, we don't look at construction plans, we look at site plans. So we are looking at the things you see on the outside, but with adding these commitments, then we would be also looking at the construction plans with a third party if these commitments were included. Making sure that before we start permitting and approving the project, that it is in fact suitable for reuses to a broad degree, and we don't have something that would potentially create us a problem we couldn't resolve down the road. So those are the 5 things Jay added, and I promised to present. Is there anything I misrepresented in that, or did I? Okay, just to make sure. We didn't have a chance to talk about it ahead either. I just got the email. So, all right, so that concludes my staff report. Now I'm going to move into public comment. Again, really appreciate all the comments submitted. I'll hold this up. There's a fair amount of volume, both for and against, so this is going to take me a minute. I'm going to apologize up front. I will do my best on pronunciations and summarizations, but I'm not psychic, so if I mispronounce your name, I don't have any way of making eye contact. I'm just going to apologize, and if you end up getting up to speak, feel free to correct me. I'm not offended. So as I go through the public comment, I've got to address a couple things. First off, I've got something I've got to address to make sure that it does not come up as a conflict of interest later on. So we do not publish board members' emails or give them out to anyone, because state law does not allow them to privately communicate with people about cases outside of the hearing. So any communication with them has to come through staff. Whether fortunately or unfortunately, I think fortunately for other reasons, unfortunately for the confusion it adds for us, our board secretary, Jeff Chanowith, is also a county council member, so his email is published on the county website as a council member, very appropriately, because they're not bound by those rules. But there were people who found that there and then ended up using it to personally send him emails concerning the site, and he is not supposed to receive those and didn't initially realize that there was an issue, and then we realized what was happening, and he started forwarding that to staff. So there were a portion of comments he received where he did reply. His reply consisted of the words, "Thank you for your thoughts and polite comments." He did not respond further. Once we realized what was happening, he did not respond to any of the additional ones. He simply forwarded them to staff. Staff immediately forwarded them to all the board members as required by state law, so that the entire board could see those comments. But in order to make sure that a conflict of interest can't be noted later, he did receive emails, just because of, I think, some confusion in the process, that the secretary is supposed to receive communication through the office. And I think we all understand why that was confusing. But if the fact that he did receive those is thought to be a conflict of interest, somebody would need to raise that. We do not feel as staff that any conflict of interest was created for Jeff in his response before we realized what was happening and got it straightened out. So that said, I'm going to move into actually going through these comments. The way this works is, as I received these, I sent these out to the board members. they read them in full. So if they've read them in full, and all of them have read them in full, and they can attest to that, then I do not have to make you sit through me reading every single word of this entire packet to you. But for the interest of making sure everyone knows what was submitted, I am going to summarize each letter with its high points. And if you're speaking, by all means, if I missed something you feel is important, I apologize. I tried really hard not to insert my own thoughts in it, just to list what people said in a way I could present. So I have organized these as best as I can figure it out, from closest to the site to furthest away from the site. The way zoning generally works is the closer something is, I don't want to say the more valuable the opinion, but the more weight, perhaps, the party is more affected in theory. So that's why I've organized it in this way, to help board members keep track of where people are at. Many of these letters did not include a location. So I did have to go on Beacon and attempt to search them. So I have noted in all cases, I have presumed the address if it wasn't listed. If I am wrong and there are two people with the same name, please correct me, but the comment was actually received. So starting with that, my first comment is from Matt Kelly, presumed per Beacon to be at 4965 West 100 North. He notes he owns land nearby, and his family owns the farm north of Frito, so he's adjacent and he's supporting. Did all board members receive this? Oh, and I'm going to do something to help you. Can you take one and pass this down? This is a printed packet. It is double-sided to save a little paper. I felt horrible killing trees, but I hope it helps. This has my summary sheet on top, and then the letters in the same order I'm going through them, because there's so many names. I realize when I'm asking you guys, you may not recognize off the name which letter it is. I want to make sure you're giving me an accurate response. So this way you can see what I'm listing. So the first one is from Matt Kelly. Did you guys all receive that? I think I'm going to ask it this way. Did anyone not read that in full ahead of the hearing? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to summarize it. Matt Kelly is supporting. His main points in his letter are that there's many people that are supporting this development that are not vocal on Facebook. He was not excited when Frito built as a new neighbor to their farm, but it did benefit the county, and they now feel it's unfair to deny those adjacent to the industrial park the ability to sell ground and benefit the community again as the industrial park expands. 3, the site is no longer pristine countryside. It's between Frito-Lay, ConAgra, 2 hog operations, and the landfill, and has long been identified as appropriate for industrial use eventually. 4, turning this down sends a message the county is not open for business, and business will move elsewhere with its with its benefits. And finally, outsiders have to be willing to take a chance on us for us to grow. The second letter received is from Michael Weaver. He did helpfully give me his address. So he's at 2496 West Farmers Gravel Road, which is adjacent to the site. He's opposed. Are there any board members that did not receive this letter and read it in full? Okay, so with that said, I'm going to summarize his comments. First, he has a strong objection to rezoning. Second, he chose his home due to its closeness to Frankfort with rural living character. Third, he's concerned about negative impacts of property values and utilities. Fourth, I had to add a little comment here because there was a little context missing, but in his letter, he notes that this violates ordinances, their city ordinances, 155.076, 0.078, and 0.077. All 3 of those have actually been repealed, but they are all City of Frankfort ordinances. They were replaced by Frankfort's now adopted Unified Development Ordinance, which is not adopted by this board or by the county. But none of those rules were ever adopted by the county, and they've never applied to this site. But they do involve glare, noise, and vibration. So I feel like the spirit of the letter is that they have concerns about glare, noise, and vibration, even if the ordinances don't apply. And finally, they have a concern about the harm to quality of life and negative impacts on the community. The third letter is from Aaron Weaver, also at 2496 West Farmers Gravel Road, which is adjacent to the petition site. Is there anyone who did not read that letter in full ahead of the meeting? Okay, seeing none. Because we're required by state law to, anything we address, we have to read in and present as, if you wait, there will be a public comment. So I guess if that question's there, I'll answer that overall. So this is standard to all hearings, not just this one. You saw the process in our previous hearings. It was just very abbreviated because we didn't have the amount of interest. So when we have a public hearing, first we announce it, then we go through the staff report and any related information. Then we have to go through any public comment received ahead of time in writing for board members to read. That has to be part of the record, whether or not those people are here or choose to speak. Then the board is able to move to public comment. And then at some point, it may intersperse or it may go in a flow, but you're going to proceed through the hearing between public comment and board discussion. At some point, when the board feels that they're ready to make motions, then they're going to make motions. And those motions may be to favorably certify something, saying they're not approving it, but they're recommending from a land use perspective a positive recommendation. It could be to favorably certify with conditions, and they need to specify what those are that they're sending up, and those would be the commitments. It could be to recommend negatively from a land use perspective, or if those of you who may have been at the previous hearing, if we can't get 4 members that are together, then their only option is to give no recommendation because they're not the final decision maker. They can also continue if they either feel like they need more time for some reason or they need more information. So public comment is a part of the process, but if we had gotten no letters in advance, I wouldn't have to do this, but state law does require that I do service to each person that took time to send it. So with that said, I've got a letter from Aaron Weaver at 2496 West Farmers Gravel Road, which is adjacent to the site. And I think, was there anybody who didn't have a chance to read that? Okay. So summarizing that letter is a strong objection to rezoning. He chose his home due to wait, I'm reading the same one. I apologize. I need to make a check mark. All right, strong objection to rezoning. She moved to the agricultural community with land around them, including serene fields. She feels it would ruin the view from her yard for her daughter playing outside. She also has concerns about the city ordinances, again noting those are repealed and didn't apply to the site, but I think it is relevant to note the concerns in the letter seem to address glare, noise, and vibration. And then concerns about a negative impact on home value with the loss of the agricultural environment and damage to her family's personal plans for the reasons they bought their property. The fourth, I'm not even going to try. The next letter I got is from 4 people that sent one letter. It's Jill Rothenberger, Jennifer Gardner, Kenneth Gardner, and Thomas Gardner. They own farmland adjacent to the site and they are opposed. Is there anyone who did not get that letter ahead of time and get a chance to read it? Okay, I take that as we are good. So this was actually mailed rather than emailed. And summing it up, they are concerned that the effect on water will ruin their land and require them to place additional irrigation. They're concerned that less than half of Americans support data centers. They're concerned about environmental risks, noise pollution, energy usage, and cost of living impacts for Frankfort's residents. They doubt Data One will survive the coming changes in the AI industry and believe that it will leave a bankruptcy and a broken promise on the site. And yes, I think that summarizes. Oh, this is bad. Okay, there. Okay, my next letter is again from a group of people, and I'm going to apologize if I mangle this. Caitlin Dieterle, Andy Dieterle, and Debbie Cooper Hamilton. This would be commonly known as Bittersweet Nursery, and it's at 3087 West Farmers Gravel Road, within a quarter mile of the site, objecting. Did anyone not get a chance to read that ahead in full? Okay, seeing none, everyone's read it. So summarizing their comments, the loss of farmland is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Irreparable harm to water supply, reducing their pond and aquifer supply, which would harm their agricultural business. Devaluation of their property due to proximity. They noted 300 in Farmers Gravel. The intersection seems multiple accidents a year, and that will increase with more traffic. Increased electric costs. Negative impacts on greenhouse growing cycles that would reduce yields due to artificial light from the data center and hurt their business. A lack of honesty and transparency from the developer. They recommend denial, and they would request a full environmental study and electrical use study, as well as a public hearing with 30 days' notice. All right, my next one is Angel Webb. Again, I had to run a web search, but I presume that she's at 1904 West Farmers Gravel Road, Frankfurt, which is a half mile from the site. Opposed? Is there anyone who didn't get a chance to read that in full ahead of time? All right. So hitting the high points on that, she asks decision makers slow down in order to fully consider facts and impact. She would rather see the manufacturing sector grow along State Road 28 rather than moving north into the county. She feels, or she states, approving the site will cause people living there to have to uproot and move. She's not angry at farmers for wanting to sell, but wants decision makers to do better due diligence. These are some questions she asks. She wants to know why it's not being fully placed in the existing city limits along State Road 28. She wants to know if the impacts environmentally are understood and addressed in terms of water, air, noise, and light. She wants to know how many wells they can have on the site and how that will affect others' wells. She wants to know about energy and water consumption and validate that they are in fact doing a closed loop system. She feels it should not be a burden to taxpayers. She asks, which we're not allowed to consider financial, but I want to be accurate in what people ask. If Data One is a foreign company, how can they be held accountable? Can protections be obtained in writing rather than just verbal agreements to things that would address her previous questions? Then she requests, in conclusion, not to rush and to consider changing locations or saying no. My next letter is from Jerry and Renee Kimmerer. I presume they're at 2888 North County Road 300 West, which is 1.25 miles from the site. They're objecting. Is there anyone who did not get a chance to read that in advance? Seeing none. Summarizing this, their concerns are the scope keeps changing and there's too much acreage. Rural land, woods, wildlife, and bald eagles destruction. Additional traffic would destroy more county roads, and they would like a no vote. The next one is Carol Harrison at 1901 West Barner Street, which is 1.5 miles from the site, objecting. Is there anyone who did not get a chance to read that in full? Seeing none. Summarizing that, she's concerned a data center will bring noise, water, and electrical issues. She fears it will be like Enrich Battery and use resources while leaving a mess. It will not bring enough jobs to offset damage, and she fears tax base and taxpayers will suffer. She would like to see plants for blue-collar workers instead and expanding the industrial along 28 along the new city boundary, not here. Our the next letter is from Whitney Wood. Again, I had to do my best on Beacon. I presume she's at 1058 North Gentry Street in Frankfurt, which is 2 miles from the site, objecting. Is there anyone who did not get a chance to read that in full? Okay, so the high points on hers is changing zoning ruins agricultural use, rural character, environmental stability. Data centers have high infrastructure demands on water, power, utilities, pollution, and others. Limited long-term local employment provided. If this is rezoned, she feels more companies will then come with more industrial expansion, which will ruin the longstanding community and planning goals of agricultural preservation. She would like either a denial or to require a comprehensive assessment of impacts before a zoning change. The next one is Dale Davis. This one, I found multiple properties. One of them I know doesn't have a house on it, but the two possibilities are 1205 North John Street or 453 Washington Avenue, both in Frankfurt. Depending on which one, that's either 2 or 3 miles from the site, objecting. Did anyone not get a chance to read this in full ahead of the meeting? Seeing none. I'm going to try to summarize this. He believes the November 16th of 2025 Frankfurt Municipal Utilities Report contained fallacy and manipulation due to unquantifiable numbers that fit no scenario. He feels the developer and realtor are biased and their statements contain no guarantees. He feels that even if Frankfurt doesn't increase rates, how can we force Duke, Tipmont, and Boone as power companies to make the same guarantees contractually? He feels there's no such thing as a closed loop system, and gray water is still discharged, so liquid nitrogen cooling would be preferable for a data center. He asks how will air, noise, water, and light pollution be handled. Notes we don't need another Exide. He asks if any written guarantees or agreements have been offered by the company. He asks how they can clear habitat without violating Indiana laws. He demands indefinite, similar but different, tabling until everything is disclosed. And then this last item, Indiana state law doesn't allow for, but he demands this go to a ballot vote in the next regular full Indiana election statewide. So. The next letter is from Natalie Cox, presumably at 3153 West County Road 400 North. That's 2.5 miles from the site, objecting. Is there anyone who did not get an opportunity to read through this? Okay. Highlighting the high points, she feels it will ruin the town, that the cons outweigh pros. She worries she won't be able to afford electricity. She's worried about noise and light pollution. She knows she depends on Bittersweet Nursery for plants. If leaders don't listen, people won't choose to live here. She requests that leaders help her and stop the development. The next one is Deb Pearson. Again, presumably, this is, I think, a duplex, 506, 508 West Wabash Street on Beacon. That's 2.5 miles from the site, objecting. Did anyone not get a chance to read that in full? Okay, since no objections there, then summarizing that, she notes she feels there's significant impacts on environment and quality of life. She's worried about lack of transparency from developers. She wants to maintain the existing community character with sustainable growth. She feels corporations take advantage of small communities with tax breaks and incentives. Job creation, she feels, is minimal and short term. And artificial intelligence only serves people far away, not people here. I'm sorry, my fingers aren't working here. All right, the next one received is from Michael Clausen. Again, I had to do a Beacon search. I presume he's at 602 North Jackson Street, which is 2.5 miles from the site. He's supporting. Did everyone get a chance to read that in full? All right. His note was short. He just noted that he would like a yes vote to change the zoning to industrial specifically for a data center. The next one is from Susie Plunkett, presumably at 854 East Boone Street, which is 3 miles from the site, objecting. Did everyone get a chance to read this one ahead of time? Okay, again, this one was short. It had 2 primary points. First, a request to keep the area farmland and productive to produce food. And second, a note that big companies are trying to take advantage and need stopped. Please stop them. The next one is from Travis Kelly. I mixed my papers up. Okay, not relevant. Is from Travis Kelly. I, again, had to presume that he's at 4994 North County Road 700 West, which is 3 miles from the site, supporting. Did everyone receive that and get a chance to read it ahead of time? All right. So the main points there, he feels approving this is important to moving the county forward, similar to the existing industrial park build out that happened in the 70s. He feels this will generate significant tax income and have positive added effects if good agreements are drafted with the end user. He feels infrastructure concerns can be addressed and need to be addressed in order to stay globally competitive. He feels this land area in question is already no longer nostalgic rural farmland, as it is sandwiched between large existing industries and the landfill. All right, the next letter is from Rick Gunyon, and he's at 1000 South Williams Road. And I would note his letter is speaking for himself, not as a member of the Frankfurt Utility Service Board, and he does specifically note that. 3.5 miles from the site he's supporting. Did everyone get that and get it read ahead of time? Okay, so summing up his high points, he feels it's consistent, the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the adjacent uses and zonings within the city. He feels the use will be able to help offset the reduced revenue resulting from the impact of the state law changes. And without something like this to make up the shortfalls, The community will be affected negatively with painful cost cutting. He feels it's smart development and using the economic cluster principle, I put that in quotes, to increase the value of the industrial park while minimizing adverse agricultural impacts overall. He notes there are 72 data centers operating within Indiana now without significant issues. Boone County to our south is growing, but if we keep saying no and aren't, then what development will we approve? He feels the county is at a tipping point and needs to stop sending messages that we are closed to economic development. All right, my next letter is from Dim Prickett, presumably at 2463 East Kelly Road, which is 4.5 miles from the site, objecting. Did everybody receive that and get it read ahead of time? Right, just seeing affirmative. So summing up his comments, he feels the developer is dishonest. He feels that this will create brownouts and affect all Clinton County households. He feels there'll be electric bills due to increased demand. And that there'll be astounding water use, which will cause us to have shortages like Boone County. He fears destruction on land on property, notes few employees and noise. He believes it will force Bittersweet Nursery out of business. He notes that he feels the county needs significant growth like Frito-Lay and small business, not data centers, and would request that we keep the population as it is and don't run it off. The next one is, I think, Shayna Ward, presumably at 802 Kirkland Brick Road, which is 4.5 miles from the site, objecting. Did everyone read that one ahead of time? All right, seeing affirmative. She objects to any application of any kind on any property from Logix Realty or for a data center. She feels there's complete developer dishonesty. She fears water and power use and believes it's a threat to her well. She's concerned about disturbing light, noise, and traffic, as well as loss of woodland and clean air for trees. We're getting there. All right, the next letter is Diana Rothenberger, presumably at 1784 South County Road 180 East, which is 5 miles from the site, objecting. Did anyone not get a chance to read that in full before the meeting? Okay, so summing up her high points, she feels I say tech infrastructure, but infrastructure involving technology will be obsolete quickly, leaving a burden on the community. She would like added businesses in the industrial park or by the interstate, not here where the landfill and solar is. She feels the infrastructure is not in place for growth in this location. She says the data center hasn't promised long-term commitment and investment. She wants companies like NHK and Frito-Lay that are investing in the community. She requests a pause and to wait 2 years to see what happens where data centers are already approved before adding one here, and requests a vote no. My next letter is from Jeremy Hutchinson, presumably at 4170 South State Road 39, which is 5.5 miles from the site, objecting. Did everyone get a chance to read that ahead of the meeting in full? All right, seeing affirmative. Summing up his high points, he's concerned about extreme power consumption and higher electric bills, infrastructure upgrade costs that are passed on to the public, constant noise pollution that is not at residential levels. He's concerned about environmental and air quality concerns from fossil fuel powered turbines and backup generators, electric grid instability and equipment damage from harmonic disturbances that fluctuate power nearby. He feels it would negatively affect property values and provide minimal local economic benefit with few jobs. He believes there are non-disclosure agreements and shell companies that are hiding intentions and that it's not transparent, and requests a rejection to the data center. Next letter is from Matt Grove, presumably at 1370 South Rosewood Place, which is 6 miles from the site, objecting. Is there anyone who didn't get a chance to read that in full? Seeing none. He writes that he's filing a strong objection. He feels everyone complains about data centers. The electric bills will go up and his well may run dry. He would like to be like Carmel and be more picky and vote more no. My next letter is from Brittany Faircloud, presumably at 3896 East 400 North, which is 6.5 miles from the site, objecting. Is there anyone who didn't get a chance to read this in full ahead of the meeting? Seeing none. The high points on her, she feels it will deplete the natural resources. It will take all of our water, leaving us little to none. There will be higher electric bills, and requests a vote no. Oh, but I keep doing this. Okay, my next letter is from Dave Clark. I presume he's at 1102 East County Road 650 South, which is 8 miles from the site, supporting. Is there anyone that did not get a chance to read this in full ahead? All right, so he believes the benefits outweigh the risks. He believes the risks can be mitigated with appropriate agreements, and he supports securing this investment. My next letter is from Blake Wessel, presumably at 106 East 2nd Street, Michigan Town, which is 9 miles from the site, objecting. Did everybody get a chance to read that in full? All right, so the high points on that is he feels there will be few jobs, that this will be a significant strain on local infrastructure, utilities, and natural resources. It will need millions of gallons of water annually and require substantial electric grid upgrades. There will be a minimal local return due to generous tax abatements and incentives. He fears permanent change of appearance of the area with increased noise and traffic during construction, and requests to reject or reconsider their proposal and look for better development options. My next letter, we're getting really close to done. I appreciate the patience. The next letter is from a couple, Dale and Deborah Britton. I could not find any address as a property owner, but they did state in their letter that they are county residents, and they're objecting. Did everyone get a chance to read this ahead of time? All right, yes. So summing up their point, they have issues with the developer and trust and transparency. They fear the county will be forced to pay for abatements, construction costs, and costs for overuse of utilities. They're concerned about a lack of studies on wildlife, waterways, and air quality. They have an issue with passing costs for anything on to county residents. They're concerned about light pollution affecting the observatory and Bittersweet Nursery. They're concerned about road damage due to concrete trucks from a new concrete business. Their question, this is a question, what happens if the proposed end user ends up falling through? And they encourage that there be good conditions to be able to monitor compliance. But I would note they were an objection letter, so I don't want to say they said that meaning that they were supporting an approval, but that they were concerned that something be enforceable. My next letter is from Courtney Earl. I couldn't find any address as a property owner on Beacon, although I would note that, you know, there's a lot of ways she could be a county resident. I just couldn't find a location. And she's objecting. Did everyone receive that and read it in full ahead of the meeting? All right, so summing up her high points, she notes that she feels the need for substantial water and energy resources will strain the local area and be unsustainable. She's concerned about environmental impact regarding carbon emissions, noise, and heat output. She feels there's not enough jobs for good economic return and would rather focus on staffing existing manufacturers in the county instead of adding businesses. And she would like to explore alternative solutions and care for the small town. She doesn't want anything to get bigger. She wants to keep things rural. My next one is, I'm afraid I'm going to mangle this no matter what. I believe it's Jean Ruse or Ruse. I couldn't find this as a property owner on Beacon, but it is an objection letter. Did everyone read this in advance in full? All right, so hitting the high points, they're concerned about noise pollution, environmental impact, and loss of farmland being harms that would outweigh any benefits, and would request a vote against a data center project. My next letter is, and I'm probably going to mangle this, and it's from Anthony Fanucci, who is the mayor of the city of Vineland, New Jersey, supporting. He views projects as important in terms of tech, innovation, simulation of economy, and long-term growth, and views the data center as a positive impact. And I forgot to ask, did you guys all read that in full ahead of time so I don't have to read it into the record? Okay, perfect. And then staff received a letter from.
Quiet, please.
Thank you. Staff received a letter from Michael Testa, a New Jersey senator, also supporting, who views technical innovation, robust digital infrastructure as important things that the company provides, and that data centers bring opportunities for growth. I would note both of those last two letters are written within a context of Vineland, New Jersey, but then expressing broad support for the company and their efforts, not necessarily specifically to our community or our project, but they were received. And I presumed that the ones I couldn't find locations on were closer, so I put them first. I apologize for the length, but I promise if I read all of those into the record verbatim, it would have been much worse. That concludes what I have a responsibility as staff to present at the beginning.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, and thanks, your fellow board members for doing your due diligence and reading these letters so that we.
Andy, can you hold that?
Oh,
like,
sorry.
eat that.
Thanks to our board members for reading those so that we didn't have to read them verbatim for the record. And this summarization is greatly appreciated too, Liz. So this is your guys' time, but usually what happens at these APC hearings is we usually allow the petitioner to speak first. They'll have a chance to speak upon the rezoning first, and then I have a list here of folks that have signed up to speak. And we'll go in that order. If you decide that all of the things that you want to speak upon are, all the boxes are checked or whatnot, you can definitely just pass to save us all some time. Like I said, if you are in support of a speaker or whatnot, please signify by saying, raising your hand up or there's been a little bit of cheering, but let's keep that to a minimum. I mean, in the sake of time, we don't need a lot of round of applauses, but does the petitioner have anything that they'd like to present to us? And if you are speaking, get close to the mic and be as loud as you possibly can. And also speak, tell us your name and maybe your location if you're close to the proposed site.
And if I can clarify, I know, Bert, were you saying that you were hoping this mic could turn that was here?
He's changed it. He changed it.
Okay, perfect. It's taken care of. I just wanted to make sure before we start getting a lot of comment that we actually got it addressed. Thank you. I didn't mean to add something unnecessary.
Mr. Acting President, members of the commission, good evening. My name is John Moore. My address is 9294 North Meridian Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46240. Here tonight on behalf of your petitioner, Logic Realty LLC. With me in the crowd, we have Scott Wolfram and Tony LeCount with Logix Realty. Here to my left, I have John Ruga with Data One, the intended user for this site. And we also have our broker here, Jim Shook with Shook Realty Group. And Liz did a great job summarizing this request. It is a request to rezone approximately 714 acres to the I-1 district. One thing I want to initially touch on are the commitments that were discussed. There's been a lot of good discussion on these 14 commitments. They are still somewhat in flux as we continue to work out the language of those. As Liz pointed out, Mr. Moore tonight handed out one change that we just got here when we got here that we're looking at. So we're still in consideration of those. So while they've been agreed to conceptually, what we're asking for tonight is your favorable recommendation, subject to us finalizing the language of those commitments with staff, with Mr. Moore, and with the county commissioners, because We're just not going to get through all of those tonight and the certain tweaks that we've talked about and had discussions regarding those commitments. So I've handed you a presentation. I apologize to the crowd. We don't have the audio visual tonight, so we can't put it up on the screen, but slide 2 shows you the area map here. And this.
Sorry, I'm just going to cut in so the crowd knows. We will have this in the record in the file. So if you want copies of this after the hearing, irregardless of how the hearing goes, if you contact the office, you can come in, and unfortunately we have to charge for copies, but if you email, we can send you a PDF if you can accept it digitally without a cost.
So this site, as we indicated, is approximately 714 acres. It's located just north of the Frankfort city limits, near the intersection of North.
Talk to this mic a little bit better.
Can you hear that? How's that? Is that better? All right, sorry about that. I'll start over. So this site, as we indicated, is approximately 714 acres, located just north of the Frankfort city limits, near the intersection of North County Road 300 West and West County Road 100 North. You'll see there on slide 2 that it's located just north of the Conagra building, and also the Cintas and Frito-Lay buildings there are to the south of this area. If we look at slide 3, shows the same map that Liz has in her staff report, showing the properties, the acreage that's requested to be rezoned to I-1. Shows the property directly to the south is zoned industrial in the city of Frankfort, where the Conagra building is located. If we go to slide 3, I think we're all aware, but just to clarify, what is a data center? And a data center is a centralized hub that efficiently and securely manages society's computing needs. I mean, we've all got one of these in our pocket. I'm sure everyone has one here right now. Everything that goes through here goes through a data center somewhere. Data centers bring together everything we do online, such as online shopping, attending online classes, virtual school days, looking at maps, streaming movies, making travel reservations, ordering food online, accessing vital medical records, searching for information, storing critical information, and staying connected with family and friends. The internet lives in the physical infrastructure of data center campuses, and these campuses are located in communities around the world. If we slip to slide 6, what I think I'll do is I'll turn this over to John Ruga with Data One. He can explain to you more about what's inside a data center and show you a little more of the site plan that'll be on this site.
Oh, if I could, I'm going to turn around because I'm a stranger in the room and I don't want to get shot in the back. But I think I'm not going to go through the rest of that slide because the board up there has it, and they're willing to circulate that. And it's not because I don't want to answer questions or anything like that. But I think what's important, there's a lot of questions that we're not going to answer tonight, and you probably won't be comfortable with, even if we did answer them. So what I'd like to just speak about a little bit is a little bit about who I am, where I come from, and talk about that. I come from a small town called Dorothy, New Jersey, youngest of 7, and grew up from a family that was chicken farmers. And so we know what it's like to work, and that's what I spent my life doing. Never went to college, and married a girl from Idaho who grew up on a large farm that was a potato farmer, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and everything else. So when you talk about this here and the impact on the community, one of the things we're doing differently than any other data center would do is a multi-part project. And the first part that would happen in this project is actually the precast plant. So it's going to offer real jobs, long-lasting jobs to the community. And the second thing we're going to do is, it's in the presentation, is what we call a gigafarm. So it's, everybody's heard about hydroponic. Well, this here is a little different, that it actually uses real soil, but it does take AI data center technology to run it. So the third part would actually be the data center. And so when you talk about meaningful jobs are not going to be offered, we're not here for the long haul. You're looking at a guy that chose to locate his business in New Jersey, in the poorest county in New Jersey. I had an opportunity to go other places. It's my home, and that's why I stayed there. So with that, you guys don't know me. I understand a lot of the fears and concerns, but, I look forward to meeting with the neighbors. I certainly look forward to meeting with Bittersweet. Understand that they got one of the oldest barns in the county, and, that's stuff that's important to me as well. And, when you look at this here, the last thing I'll add is just that, a lot of these businesses, are going to happen whether I do it or someone else does it, whether it's in your county or somewhere else. But what we do offer is good paying jobs and coming in and improving the community. And I think that's the most important thing that is to understand. I run a business. We have about 700 employees back in New Jersey, and we expect to bring multiple hundreds here to Clinton County. But what's important, what I do every day, I'm 56 years old. We run a precast business where we're picking stuff up that every day is 80,000 pounds or greater. So I'm in a position in my life where I could sell the business, walk off, and do whatever I wanted to do. I choose to do it because of the families we support. And it's the same thing I'd want to do here. And I just think that's important for you guys to know that this is not about money. I've thought about selling our business because literally every day what we do, I might have to call someone up and say, Johnny's not coming home, Mike's not coming home. And when you live with that burden, you realize that the only reason I do this is because I've been called here by the man above to serve a greater purpose, and it's to provide jobs and stable jobs and in the community. So that's a little bit about who I am, whether you can appreciate it or not. That's what I would be here to do, is improve Clinton County. And some of the things the board spoke on, Liz, is what I'm all about, that the community aspect is big to me. Even though I'm not part of your community, born and raised here, the only reason I would come here is to improve the community. So I know there's things, just like you have here, a YMCA that's closed. Well, we have a YMCA in our town. The only reason it's there is because we subsidize it. There's parks, there's other things. And that's a big reason why I do what I do. So with that, you have the report, and I'm just going to end with that.
I'm sorry, did you say the live broadcast? Okay, is both Hoosier Land TV down and the YouTube? Because both are broadcasting at the same time. She said that they're having technical issues with YouTube, which Tim may be aware of already. Check Hoosier Land TV. They're also broadcasting. Is Hoosier Land still running? No, I have the same concern. I appreciate knowing. So Russ is checking the live feed for Hoosier Land TV to see if they see my hand wave. Okay. Okay. And Tim, did you catch that there's a problem with the stream on the YouTube side? Okay, I'm going to give Tim just a moment in case he can get that resolved, but we do. Oh. Okay, we've got somebody else who's texting us saying that Hoosier is it may also be where people are and what they're receiving, though. I know in my house, sometimes I can't get YouTube to work no matter what it is. YouTube is up. Has whoever you're talking to, are they able to see it in some way? Okay. We believe we have the feeds running. Okay, she's good. I think we're good.
Okay. I noticed we've lost a couple commissioners. I know we're getting late here. And so I think what I'll say is, in the packet there, you have the information concerning noise, water, electric, all those items being addressed. all the items that are being incorporated into the commitments that we're working on, and we believe we've adequately addressed those. We also do include in there some of the letters of support that do show the need for this in the community, the desire for this in the community from certain owners. So you've got that. In summary, what I would say is this development is designed to deliver essential digital infrastructure while minimizing local impacts and creating long-term community benefits. This data center is planned with careful attention to noise, water use, and energy efficiency, using proven technologies and industry best practices. Power, cooling, and backup systems are designed for reliability without affecting day-to-day community life. In addition to supporting the digital economy, this three-part development generates local jobs, contributes to the tax base, and strengthens the region's infrastructure, providing lasting value to the surrounding community. So with that, as we requested, we're seeking a favorable recommendation, subject to petitioner, the commissioners, Liz and Mr. Moore, working out the final language of the commitments and reaching those agreed upon commitments. And we're happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thanks. Before we go in, I just want to remind you guys to step up to the microphone. Also, as developers, you guys are more than welcome.
Andy,
to
hold
hang-
that closer.
Oh, you guys are more than welcome to hang loose and address any of the questions if you would like. That's completely up to you, and we can make this a little bit of a conversation every once in a while if a petitioner has a response to a public comment. Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll just make this an open dialogue. All right. Do you guys, as a board, have any direct questions of the?
Yes.
Okay. Walt.
What are you guys, what are you gonna do with the water do you use to cool the units?
So I will touch on that a little more because the subject of wells came up. And the other reason it came up is not for cooling of the units themselves. We've had a similar situation in industrial land in New Jersey where we put wells in simply because it was for irrigation purposes, and it was cheaper and easier to put a well in for irrigation that was on a distant part of the property. But we absolutely do run a closed loop cooling system, and that's very critical to us. And some of the other things that we do with the way we capture some of the cooling, and over the course of a year, we end up being a net generator of water. So the things that you hear about data centers where they're using millions and millions of gallons of water a day is simply not true about how we operate. And honestly, this here is one of the most advanced data centers being built in the country. So the cooling is a closed loop system, and a lot of information you hear out there is true of old data centers where they were drawing millions of gallons out of the aquifers, and that is something that we just won't have an impact on. There is no discharge. We do not drain the cooling system, and there is no discharge.
Hey guys, let's keep the comments. We'll all have a chance. Let's keep the comments. We're
So you're gonna haul it off to elsewhere?
What's that?
Are you gonna haul the water off to other places?
No, we have a closed loop system that is a continuous closed loop. And from time to time, we have to add residual water, but it's not where we're drawing water out of the aquifer and using millions of gallons. This is not something where it's going through and getting discharged into any place.
Well, the last thing we want is to potentially poison people or kill the ground or the crops and all this.
Totally understand that concern, and something we're just as concerned about. I can't say it any more clearly. We're not discharging water.
Page 9,
Sir, I have a protocol question. I'm not sure.
Okay, I think we have to keep order. This is being broadcast. Yeah, so he's got a list of people that are signed up, and then it's their discretion how they want to handle that. But if he's answering a question, like, we've got to sort of take turns. So a question was asked and he's got an answer. When you get up, if you ask a question, he can answer it.
I want to understand the protocol. He said he's happy to answer questions. Does that mean, are you taking questions from the board?
Right now, right now, we're taking questions from the board. Yes.
So that's what.
We're starting with board questions.
So we're going to start with some board questions because we just had this presentation put on our lap. And I don't know if there's any other questions. I do have a question. On your site plan here on page number 6, you've got these big blank white spots and you've got the blue spots on the map, and I'm assuming that the green are buffer zones. Can you explain, like, what am I trying to, a legend or what's the use of each one of these on the map? I'm just curious. I mean, you've got substations labeled on phase 2. Obviously, phase 1 is in the city of Frankfurt. And then you have a substation in phase 3. And then I guess my biggest clarification is, what are the blue areas representing? What are the green areas representing? And the big blank spots, I'm assuming, are for development themselves?
Yes, and one thing that Liz spoke about earlier is that this is a concept. At this point, we don't know. There is no end user that signed up, so for us to give you a clear-cut plan on what's going to be built, the size of it, but we can tell you that the buffers are important to us, noise is important to us, and quality of life around this data center is important as well.
I don't think you answered my question.
Well,
what's the legend?
Yeah.
I just want to know.
Well, okay, if you're looking at this and you look at the big gray spots, they would represent buildings.
Yep.
The blue would represent water. The green spots would represent buffers and open space. But whether this is actually going to get built, I couldn't tell you because we don't have an end user at this point for this particular site as we're working out power and things like that.
Okay.
And if I can point out, commitment number 7, which has been agreed to, would address what goes in those buffer yards.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I understand. I just didn't know what the blue and I assumed that there was assumptions there of what I was looking at. I understand that it's a concept. There was no clarification for a legend. I just wanted to make sure I was interpreting your guys' vision out. I guess to clarify to everybody, there's a preliminary site map. It's a concept. I was confused on what there was no legend on that map. So I was just asking for clarification from the developer.
Yeah, and if I might, I'll point out for the public's benefit that if this rezoning were approved, this still must go through a development plan review where the actual layouts and everything gets looked at in detail for the location, retention ponds, buffers, all those things.
Yes, so I was reading about the high-tech data centers in Europe that reuse the heat that's coming from these buildings. Is that technology available? Is that heat for sale? Is that going to benefit Clinton County in any way?
There's a great question and is something that is used widely in Europe. They have very cold climates and where the cities are close enough and you can transfer that heat through an infrastructure piping system. It's a wonderful thing and something we'd be happy to explore. Obviously, around this property, you don't have housing development or too much industrial, but whether ConAgra could use it or Frito-Lay, that's something we would definitely be open to exploring. And in many of those countries, that heat is given away for free. And if we had the opportunity, we would do the same thing here.
Okay, does any of the other board members have a question before we go into public comment? Okay. Anybody else? Okay. All right. So I'm just going to go in order here of who was here first and has waited the longest, I guess. Dean A. Huddleston, would you care to speak? And to address you in the back, if you, after we're done with the discussion, I will specifically give you an opportunity to, since you're not signed up, but let's be brief. Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you. Dean A. Huddleston, 1949 South Jackson Street, Frankfurt. Wait a minute. Okay. Everyone here tonight has an opinion. Some have expressed it on some type of social media. Opinions can help people see both sides of a debate. The issue with an opinion is, if offered without a solution, it solves no problems, and they are not based on facts. Our city of Frankfurt and towns in Clinton County face real issues. The increasing cost to provide services necessary to maintain the quality of life seem to have no limit. How do we maintain teachers and facilities in our school systems, let alone improve them over the years to come? We all know our children are our future. This can't be done unless costs go down or taxes rates increase. I'd ask everyone here who's willing to see their taxes rise, not only to maintain the status quo of today, but to be willing to pay more each passing year as costs continue to increase. We will not have a thriving community in the future unless we maintain the young couples who live here now and attract new ones. These young couples typically live paycheck to paycheck while raising their families. What about our elderly homeowners who lived on fixed incomes? What's our solution for them? We appreciate our small businesses located here and the owners that run them. How do they survive in ever-increasing costs? I'm asking for solutions based on facts, not on opinions. Everyone holding an office today was put there by the voters. They were elected to do the tasks and the hard work to ensure prosperity for all citizens. We placed our trust in them when they were elected, and despite all the negativity surrounding the issue at hand, I trust they will do what's right for all of us. Lastly, serving as an elected official for 12 years, I understand the work and the sacrifices made by those who are willing to serve our community. A community where we've raised families, we've worked together, and we've worshiped together. What disappoints me is when the very people who call this county home accuse our officials that we put in their elected positions, and they accuse them of graft, have verbally assaulted them, and threatened violence against them and their family. This is not what a community of people working together for the betterment of each citizen should tolerate in any form. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. All right, next on the list is Diane Dixon. You're passing? Okay. Russ Casper, you're next up.
Russ Casper, 1348 East Tulip Tree Drive, Little Lakes. First of all, I want to thank you for putting in an immense amount of work. Very much appreciated. This is an editorial we put in Clinton County Daily News today, which I'll remind you is not necessarily the views of our advertisers or our team members, for sure, but it's one look at this. Clinton County is at a fork in the road. Generations of local leaders built the industrial park, second to none for our county of our size, along with excellent parks, a strong library, and a beautifully maintained downtown square and courthouse. Our airport and 4-lane highway connect us to the national interstate system, and an army of volunteers powers the nonprofits
and events that keep this community's heart beating. These strengths did not drop out of the sky. They came from hard work and vision. Now we face another major fork in the road. As rail service declined and farming's share of local income shrinks, Clinton County has to continually reinvent itself, and that evolution continues today. The choices that we make now, including how we respond to state issues like SB 1 and their impact on education and our future workforce, carry real risk and uncertainty in any direction. Clinton County has an opportunity to welcome a data center project representing an initial $10 to $12 billion investment with the potential to grow to as much as $50 billion. For perspective, that is on a scale of Indiana's total state expenditures in a year. And this would bring at least 650 permanent jobs, including more than 500 at the Associated Casting Plant and also the other enterprise that he talked about. Relatively small for the data center itself, but you add these other two components and it could reach well over 500. The resulting millions in local tax revenue and private investment could help our community sustain itself, to grow and to maximize potential. In the last 70 days, visits to 2 data center sites revealed nothing that would justify a flat no to this opportunity, provided it's done the right way. Key issues such as closed loop water cooling, appropriate setbacks, minimal abatements, light and sound pollution, electric grid capacity, and the community orientation, environmental sensitivity of our prospective corporate neighbor all matter, and they all matter greatly in judging the wisdom of this fork in the road decision. 3 elected county commissioners will ultimately make this decision. Residents must rely on their discernment and hold them and our new neighbors accountable to the high standards that have made this a great place to live, work, and play. In the end, it is not only what we do, but how we do it that will define Clinton County's future and whether we become a model for integrating a data center into a thriving, proud, and growing community. The question is, can we do this? I have the confidence in our ability to get this done.
Thanks, Russ. All right, our next speaker is Richard Hammer.
Richard Hammer, 405 Brightwood Drive. I want to address the data center's impact on education, which has been addressed here tonight, and was a recent online article suggesting that the potential tax revenue from the proposed data center is absolutely necessary so struggling Clinton County schools can be turned around, framing the issue in such a way as to imply that all who oppose the data center are ready to throw students under the school bus in order to block it. As a retired high school instructor here in Frankfort, who is quite familiar with the whole subject of school budgets, I can assure you that more money does not automatically translate into better math scores and school rankings. As important as revenue is to daily operations, it's seriously flawed logic to suggest that more money automatically equals better outcomes. And the innuendo in such a statement is that school systems with more tax revenue invariably hire more and better teachers, subtly suggesting that the teachers, staff, and administrators currently serving our schools are somehow substandard, which is definitely not true. As a retired educator, I can assure you that a community's culture, especially as it reflects the involvement of parents in their kids' education, has far more to do with good outcomes than dollars alone. The higher rankings and better test scores, sometimes seen in more affluent communities with greater tax revenues, are actually a reflection of the parents in those communities who better understand the role a good education is in determining future outcomes for their children. Parents who get involved at every level possible by volunteering, by regularly attending school board meetings, by maintaining good communication with teachers, and lastly, they're parents who are very involved at home, making sure their children are actually doing their homework, actually studying for their exams, and encourage their children to pursue excellence as opposed to entitlement. While I was teaching at Frankfurt High School, we began the practice of inviting parents at the end of every grading period to come to the auxiliary gym to pick up their students' grade reports, and more importantly, to speak with their teachers who were all seated at individual tables around the gym. It was the perfect opportunity for parents to meet with teachers and discuss their child's progress or lack of it. As one of those teachers, I literally sat at my table in that gym for 5 consecutive grading periods without a single parent showing up, which explains far more about educational outcomes in this county than dollars do. There is a direct correlation between students who struggle in the classroom and parents who never show up to talk with teachers. And it's highly discouraging when the only time some parents ever bother to talk with a teacher is when they're mad. Mad because their child failed a class. Like it's always the teacher's fault when a student refuses to turn in a single completed assignment all semester long. And I can assure you that happens. And where is everybody when our school board meets? There are some months when I am the only member of this entire community who is not there as a journalist or a school employee or there to make a special presentation to the board. If attendance at school board meetings is any indicator of the true value this community places on education, the only possible conclusion is not nearly as much as they say it does. So please, do not malign those who oppose the data center for legitimate safety, privacy, and quality of life concerns by implying that they don't care about education. If people in this community really care as much about education as they say they do, I'm letting you know the next school board meeting, 2 weeks from tonight at 6 p.m. in the central office board chambers should have standing room only. Thank you, and I hope to see many of you there that night. Thank you.
Okay, our next, thanks, Richard. Our next speaker is David Riggs. I hope that I said that right because it's a little rough reading the writing. That's all right. All right.
Hi, I'm Dave Riggs. I'm here to speak in opposition to the data center. There is a railroad spur out there, I believe, that they would do away with. And you had mentioned that the buildings they build have to be multi-purpose, so that when they move out, somebody else can move in. But you can't get that railroad spur back. And we don't know what's going to happen in a year from now when the data centers are obsolete. Nobody knows that. So you're going to have some empty buildings out there next year. Because if you go to buy a computer at Best Buy or Walmart, it's already obsolete. So you know that down the line somewhere, somebody's going to find something you can keep in a semi-trailer or a storage container or something. So the data centers will be useless. And I figured out why the congressman from New Jersey sent a letter of recommendation here. It's just like Welcome Back Cotter. Dear Mr. Cotter, please allow Juan to build a data center in Clinton County. Signed, Epstein's mother. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Next is Gary E. Lucas.
I'm speaking in behalf of Bunnell Cemetery. I'm the president of the board out there. Our biggest concern is the drainage that could come off, of that area getting, I know it is not right now in the plans of being right there, but it could be right next across the road. And our concerns is for if stuff does get, whether it's a data center or it's something else, how it'll affect the future of our cemetery where a lot of your family members might be buried at. So we just have quite a bit of concerns about something being possibly right across the road. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Next on my list is Brent Green.
Brent Green, 7474 West Mulberry Jefferson. Big concern about noise, and not just in its normal operations. If we're pulling 300 megawatts, I don't know if you guys know, you're right there in front of Caterpillar, that big frame sitting outside with that giant motor on it. That's about mid-range for what they make. The biggest one, 10 megawatts. Standing next to that thing, that's 125 decibels when that thing fires up. At 4,000 meters, that still sounds like a vacuum cleaner. So you're talking 30 of those. And this thing can't go down. It's not your house. Power drops out, those things are going to fire up. You're going to hear that damn near 3 miles away. That's one point. Two, this thing's a closed loop, so I don't know what it takes to fill the thing up, but obviously it's these other ancillary businesses that are going to be there that are the draw of 1 million gallons a day. Has anybody done a hydrological study on adding 1 million gallons a day to Prairie Creek and the South Fork and how that's going to affect us in a flood situation? That's one concern. Two, are all the connections to these server chillers, is that all copper? Are we using plastic? Is Frankfurt's water treatment plant able to filter for microplastics? Because if this is all plastic tube, the hot side of those coolers are going to degrade far quicker than the cold side. Obviously, I'm against it. Those are just some points that I had some concerns about.
Thanks, Brent. This one's really hard to read, and I'm sorry. It says John Rigna, and it says New Jersey is the address. That's the developer? Okay,
That's the
what I
developer,
thought.
yeah. I
Okay.
think if there's questions he can address, he
Sure.
can come back later, but yeah, he spoke at the beginning.
Sure, okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure. So then Sean Gephardt would be next on.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sean Gephardt, 1431 Acorn Court, the new subdivision here in town. A little background on me, I served 8 years in the Indiana Army National Guard, born and raised here, supported the community during my time in service. Want to thank you guys for the time today. Thank you to Data One for coming out and being heartfelt and actually vulnerable to the people. You're not going to get a lot of sympathy from some of the people here, but I appreciate it. So thank you for doing that. Today, I strongly support the proposed rezoning for the data center project. Nothing against my fellow citizens who have opinions based on fears about what possibly could happen. I personally see this as a tremendous opportunity for Clinton County's future, especially our children and our grandchildren. I've got a few points to make regarding the fears, and then I'll get into some of the benefits. One of the biggest fears I have heard from locals is on utility rates. Concerns about increases are absolutely valid. But for those who don't know, rate decisions aren't made by our commissioners or this board. They're made by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. However, we can mitigate some of those risks through approval conditions, which you guys have done a great job framing that out so far. I'm assuming you guys are the staff, right? Referred to as the staff? Just her? Just them down there. Got it. You guys have done a great job framing that out so far. So thank you for that. The next fear that I've been told is that Clinton County is losing all of its farmland. This 714, which I updated from 833, represents less than 0.5% of the farmland in this county. So the small impact will not threaten agriculture. Clinton County will remain a top producer of corn and soybeans. The next fear, people are concerned that Data One has asked for a loan from the county in New Jersey where they want to build a data center, and they're saying this will happen here. Point number one, Clinton County doesn't have a revolving loan fund like this county in New Jersey does, so it could never happen here. And two, if we did, my opinion, personal opinion, of course, is that we should give it to them if we did have it, because then we would take all those interest payments into the county, as opposed to a bank taking those. Now the real opportunity lies in benefits. Millions in tax revenue, even with the typical 10-year tax abatements that can fund schools, roads, and services. For example, in Hammond, Indiana, a similar project with phased abatements provides up to $4 million annually in community impact payments. Other Indiana projects have also delivered comparable ongoing revenue through jobs and contributions. The proposed data center will also bring in, per Russ's point, hundreds of high-paying construction jobs and skilled trade jobs, keeping local talent local and attracting more families while boosting small businesses and our economy. The good news is that all conversations have not been negative. My inbox is filled, and I mean filled, with many residents who quietly support this for its growth potential, but hesitate to speak publicly because of backlash from people who actually oppose it. I've also had discussions with educators excited about STEM opportunities and added school resources about how the revenue generated in the county would impact some of the 50% of our students who are ESL. And yes, I have debated with thoughtful opponents, the ones who are avoiding the fear mongering by simply opposing it because they don't want Clinton County to grow. And that's a respectable thought. I'll leave you with this in closing. As a senior leader in my profession, I always tell my teams, you can only build trust through transparency. I support this project, but I also support full transparency throughout the process, to include open meetings, clear conditions, and of course, safeguards. However, I firmly believe 99% of these concerns can be addressed through the conditions or commitments that we get from Data One. To me, this is about a balanced approach and a smart growth for our families' futures. I strongly recommend the approval of the rezoning. Clinton County is a place of hard work and opportunity. Let's keep it that way with this potential massive growth opportunity. We haven't grown this county in the past 25 years. Our population has stayed the same for 25 years. And I believe it's time we start thinking about growing our future. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sean. Next speaker, I got Beth Hardebeck. Okay.
I guess that's a choice for the board, but the rules that we had announced ahead of
Is it
time were no
Deb, are
transfer
you on the list?
plans.
Okay, so she'll,
So she would have her own 5 minutes.
I don't.
Oh, so
agree.
she's saying you would speak, but you would use your time just where so she's not transferring time. She's just saying if you want to go earlier in the list. Yeah, okay, that's a different question.
Well, okay, let's go back in order because you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or so on the list. So let's go on the order. We'll get to you. Yeah, we'll just go in your regular time. Sorry, I'm just going off of what I see here. Next is Sherry Morrison. Okay.
My name is Sherry Morrison. I live out amongst the solar panel farm. I find this data center kind of heartbreaking to me. I guess if you can still hear me.
The audio is working fine. He just hit a light switch up there accidentally, I think. But we're good. Yeah, hang on, it's the audio booth. Are we okay up there? Oh, somebody over here against the wall accidentally hit the light switch. If you guys could just be careful on that side, not to hit anything on that wall. Okay, we're good, continue. Sorry.
I'm just begging for due diligence. I know what the solar panel farm looks like and how far it goes. If you don't live out there and you don't travel it, you don't know. And things that were promised with that are not done. There is no berm going around that hides anything that makes a pretty picture to any of it. In the fall, when I traveled country roads, the roads are not good. Just please don't let history repeat itself. I know everybody's into funds for the town, the schools, so forth and so on. Please do due diligence for all the people that live out amongst this, and don't just put something in there that we're stuck with. I don't know, and I just wondered, do any of you and the people that are going to vote on this going to live out near? I mean, do any of you are going to reside around the data center? Do the people that reside around this proposed area now, if they're not bought out, how will they sell later on down the road? I don't know. I'm not usually a speaker to get up in front of people and talk, but I'm just asking for due diligence.
Thanks, Sherry. To answer your question, I do not live, I live approximately 5 miles from the sites.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody that's for it, for the most part that I've read that's for it, don't reside. They're not going to reside around it. Right. Thank you for saying that. Not everybody against it.
Okay, let's move on. Scott Bagley, please.
Good evening. My name is Scott Bagley, and I live at 1475 North, County Road 450 West. So we're not far. Some of you probably know my property. I bought Kenny Knapp's old farm with the big red barn there on 450 West. And remember the first time I drove up to it, the house was just about falling apart. Pretty rough shape. It had been a rental for some time. And but I met Rob Stinson. He was out mowing the yard there, and we became friends and neighbors. So nothing about the house really attracted me to the property itself, but what it was the property. I was moving from Colorado to Indiana, and I wanted a little bit of acreage for myself and my 4 kids, just to have a rural life and just to have a little bit of space for them to grow up and do, raise some animals if they wanted to, and things like that. And so I just wanted a quiet, peaceful life. It's one of the things I love about where we live. Like Colorado, where we used to be from, it's really, really dark. We enjoy the night sky. We love going out and seeing the stars. So I'm concerned about that, concerned about the light pollution. I was watching on YouTube some folks that live next to a data center. At nighttime, you would think that somebody had a spotlight shining almost like x-ray vision right through their house. It was so unbelievably bright across their entire farm. And they had many acres. I only have 3.5. So I'm really concerned about that. But at any rate, I think data farms are absolutely needed. At least right now they are. But I don't want it in my backyard, and I think we just put it out in the middle of nowhere. And so I think there is a solution, but I just don't want it right there. So thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Crystal Reichert.
Sorry, I'm really short. Do I have to give my actual address? I'm in the Christian Ridge district. I would prefer not to give my address. Okay. Okay. First of all, I graduated from Rose-Hulman in 2006. So the idea that Frankfort can't produce people who graduate in science degrees, that is absolutely not true. I am living proof that good can come from Frankfort, but I basically, it's hard to find out any information about the logistics realty. The only thing I found was that in the Indiana Business Lookup, a company by that name was founded in 2025. But when you talk about like the data center coming to Frankfort, the company that does pop up is the Logistics Property Group, and Doug Swain's name comes together with that. So like when I talk about the developer, I'm talking about those 3, like the person, Doug Swain, Realty, the Logistics Realty, Logistics Property Group. I would love to know how all 3 of those are working together and like what the organizational structure is. But anyway, for what I'm going to talk about, those 3 people, businesses are kind of one and the same in my eyes. I'm not here to discuss where data center should be here. I'm here to point out some inconsistencies that I have come across. So on the Logistic Property Group website, they list 30 other projects that they claim they have worked on, and 16 of those 30 projects were actually developed by the Opus Group. 2 other projects were developed by other companies, and 12 other ones I couldn't confirm who developed them. It lists ConAgra as a project. If you look at Opus, the Opus website is very good. You can click a state and it will populate all their projects. And so that project is listed in 2015. And each of the projects, you can see 2 or 3 of the top officials who worked on it, which business office, and let's just say Doug Swain is not listed on ConAgra, despite Logistics website saying for the ConAgra project, for this project, we completed the full project life cycle of services, including site selection, instead of procurement, design, construction, lease, and eventual sale. When I looked, their website is excellent, is well made. When you read we, and we have 30 years of experience, you think Logistic Property Group has 30 years of experience? No, Doug Swain has 30 years of experience per his LinkedIn profile. If you look at his profile, it shows many different companies. Opus Group was one of them. And per his profile, Logistic Property Group wasn't even formed till November 2023. So what I'm trying to point out is, I'm not saying no data centers. I'm saying you should say no to this company. And so if you dig through a little bit more, you look at the Logistics Property Group LinkedIn page compared to Doug Swain's. The Logistic Property Group LinkedIn profile lists 11 Garfield Place in Cincinnati as an address. But if you go to Logistic Property Group's website, it lists 11339 Advent Lane. If you look at both those addresses on Google Maps, those are residential addresses. Do you really think someone who works from a home office with less than 10 employees can build a data center? I'm really hesitant about that. And then I found in Ohio the entity that Douglas J. Swain, he actually, it looks like in 2012, he actually formed Logistic Property Group, which makes me question, like, why does it only say is 2 years old if he actually created that company like 13 years ago. However, just in 2022, Douglas Swain created a company called Logistics, minus the property group part. And if you look at the website, there are 3 people listed as their team. One is Douglas Swain. He talks about all his achievements over the last 30 years. He lists Patrick H. Swain, who is the development manager. He graduated from IU in 2021. Development manager with the same last name as the CEO. And then Jackson Forbes is the development director, and he graduated in 2021 as well. So to me, someone who's in their mid-20s should not have job titles called development manager or development director. Let's see. I went to the November 4th meeting where Scott Wolfram, I think that was his name, he talked about being Doug Swain's business partner, and they were sending people to Vineland for site lineup that under all impressions, it sounded like it was complete. They could listen to it. He even said you can listen to the noise. As I understand, it was a shell of a building. So that's another reason why I believe that they're at least deceitful. At worst, it could be fraud. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not a lawyer, of course, but I just found that a little unsettling. And if you look up in Indiana's court cases, there is a Douglas J. Swain that shows up several times, and some of them are very concerning. I can't verify that it is the same person, but Swain is not a common last name. And I guess I'll finish with this. There's a lot of people talk about like STEM and, you know, bringing better jobs to Frankfurt. I had experience a few years ago where there's someone who came to Frankfurt who said all the right buzzwords, you know, made it seem like he's going to do great for the STEM community, for our school systems, all this stuff. Well, when you start digging into him, found out there's a lot of inconsistencies. And I went to the appropriate board and talked to them about what I found. And they asked him the questions that I had asked, and he basically disappeared. And so I'm just asking you, don't take the developer's word for it. Go talk to engineers. Go Rose-Hulman, talk to their engineers. Go to Purdue, talk to their engineers. Don't just take the company's word for it. Because of course, they're going to wrap it up and it's going to be like roses and everything's going to be nice. And lastly, if the company builds this and, you know, they have these ordinances like the light pollution ordinances, all this stuff, but they don't follow through with the promises that they've made on paper, will you have the resources to hold them accountable and get those resolved? Do you have the resources to inspect and monitor all this? You know, it's something to think about. Don't just, a lot of people can say buzzwords that sound really good, but if you're not in the science, it sounds excellent. But if you're in science and you follow through and like research it, it's not really that great. But to people who aren't in the science community, it's, you know, it can sound really good and promising, but, you know, so I'm asking you, do your research. Don't just trust what the developer is saying. And thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, let's keep them a little bit briefer than that. I know that's fine, but try to keep them around 5 minutes or so, and give us a nice speech with the, you know, you hit quite a few points there, but let's try to be a little bit more brief in the efforts of time. So let's move on and Flo Caldwell.
I'm Flo Cadell. I live out on Gasline Road. I have many questions. A lot of things have been touched on tonight as far as the energy and the water usage. There's still many questions I would love to ask about that, but I don't want to dwell on that. I know that you are doing your research and I trust you to do that. I appreciate the tremendous amount of work you've done, Liz, to pull this together. Considering the energy and water usage, will the operator be providing an energy and water use plan for 1 year and then the anticipated growth over the next 10 to 20 years? With the continuous loop water that will be recycled, exactly how is that water going to be recycled? What happens to it when it becomes waste? Will the contaminants and the particulates and the chemicals be removed before that water gets returned eventually to our water supplies? We all drink this water. We all want it to be healthy and safe. So I think those are some unanswered questions for me. Will the operator sign a long-term agreement with the utilities to pay for upgrades and equipment such as new pipes, wastewater treatment, new power plants, or grid upgrades that we, the residents, should not be left with the cost of if they overtax the system? What happens with those blackouts? You've addressed, someone addressed the diesel generators that would be kicking in as backup. Battery backup could be used. It would be a little bit cleaner, but there would still be fire risks and unacceptable noise levels. Can solar and wind energy be incorporated to reduce the demand on existing infrastructure? This will impact our community through noise, traffic, air quality, and light pollution, as well as the energy and water demands. Will the operator pay for an independent environmental and community impact study? Agreements and promises must be legally binding and enforceable. Ownership changes or bankruptcies should not erase commitments. We have been down this road before. with the landfill expansions in 2004, 2009, and 2011. The bankruptcies came, the ownerships changed multiple times. Promises and agreements were overlooked or forgotten. As Sherry said, we just want you to do due diligence and not repeat the history. I am not in any way in favor of this. I don't think it's a good idea. We have already created a landfill legacy that we're passing on for our children to bear. Let's not leave them with any more environmental damage. Thank you.
Thanks, Flo. Travis Kelly is next.
My name's Travis Kelly. I live at 494 North County Road 700 West, out by the Deer Track Golf Course. I was born and raised here in Clinton County. I wasn't going to come today, but I felt obligated to say a few things. Our three commissioners and these council members are good people. I've known several of them and their families my entire life. Liz, man, what a job. I had no idea this is what you did. I see you at the airport all the time. I don't know what the county would do without you. I've known several of them and their families my entire life. City council members, county council members, our mayor, all the staff that goes along with these positions are good people. Nobody takes these jobs for pay. They don't take them for power. I would venture to say that several individuals actually lose money by spending time needed to accomplish office requirements away from their real jobs. Instead, they take the position out of desire to serve their communities, and they do the best job they can do with the best interests of people in mind. So that being said, many comments out there amongst the public would lead you to believe that they are all corrupt crooks and taking bribes. Dozens of comments every single day. Nobody on this stage, nor are any of our commissioners being bought out or taking bribes. It's BS. It's not fact. To hear comments like that and say nothing is consent. Silence is consent. It's not true. No matter what decision is made today or by our commissioners in the future, I trust that it will be made to the best of their ability. I can tell you right now, I disagree with some positions of our commissioners. I do. I disagree. But I'll still respect them and thank them for their service and for stepping into the arena and fighting the fight. After all the votes, I'll support whatever decision they come up with, even if I disagree. I had the unique position of spending my youth here and then moving away for 22 years and then coming back. Because I was gone, I didn't see the slow decline in our county and our city. When I came back and settled in, it shocked me and saddened me to see where we were, where we were in relation to surrounding counties. When I left Frankfort, we had a bustling industrial park that had our leaders 50 to 70 years ago had the vision to take a chance on. And when I returned, it was basically exactly the same, except several of them had shuttered their doors. I spent 4 years on a county school board. I saw firsthand how our budgets are so constrained. I was shocked at the salary we offered our teachers, especially our entry-level teachers. Teachers are the lifeblood of a community. They're the shapers of our future. They have an incredibly important and difficult job, and we couldn't come close to paying them what they deserved. Yet they still teach because of their sense of duty and love for our children. They deserve better. Our first responders, police force, sheriffs, all deserve better. Speaking on behalf of the landowners, the land wasn't forced out of any farmer's hands. I want to make sure I want to clear up that misconception. Unfortunately, that land, as it's been stated before, both by the staff and by other speakers here, it's no longer the quaint rural farmland that it was 30 years ago when I was there. It's sandwiched between a landfill to the north, Frito-Lay and an encroaching industrial park to the south, ConAgra to the west, and city encroachment to the east. And it's listed as prime development zone within the strategic outlook for Washington Township, as stated earlier. Some of the landowners of this acreage have been approached dozens of times for potential development, but the proposals offer little revenue generation and no desire to seek a zoning change to industrial was taken. Eventually it will, though. Eventually that land is going to get developed. It's right there. It's already been stated. It's going to happen. So we have to choose as a community, what are we going to have in there? It's urban sprawl. Basically every community that grows is going to have this. To put it in perspective, the approximate 700 acres of farmland we're discussing really employs about one person. One farmer can farm about 1,500 acres all on his own. 50, 60, 70 years ago, that would employ multiple families. Farming has changed over the years. That same 700 acres generates about $8,000 in property taxes max. Nowhere near the kind of property tax assessments that we could gain from some kind of investment such as this. Farming is no longer a large employer in this area, nor a tax revenue generating machine like it once was. It's important, and it's the backbone of our community, but it simply isn't enough to sustain our community like it once did. I've been told by city and county officials, as well as the developers, and in line with some of the conversations here today, that ballpark figure, we're going to expect in the order of tens of millions of dollars of tax revenue from this investment. If that's true, and again, there's risks. If that is true, it could be transformative for our county. It's something we have to consider. There's more that budget, if say it's $10 to $20 million, that's way more than our county's general budget writ large. We could give each county school a couple $1,000,000 and still have money left over. What that could do to schools would be amazing. The devil's all in the details. How we structure the deal will determine how good it is for our community. There's certainly risks, there's concerns. All of those need to be mitigated. Guardrails need to be in place, and transparency is a must. I think we all agree to that. The last thing I'd like to say, I think the council should approve, or at least move this forward to the commissioners for their consideration. I think there's been a lot of valid concerns that have been brought up, and I hope that transparency will prevail and we'll get answers to those questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Travis. Next on the list is Grant Byrant, or Byrant. Did I say that right? You're next after that. Is Grant in here? Okay. Debbie, you're up.
I waited so long that my phone went dead, so thank goodness I sent it to Beth, and so I have what I want to say. First part of this, I want to kind of say to you guys.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
He calls you Debbie, so we need your full name for us to write, if you wouldn't
All right.
mind.
Debbie, or Deb Pearson, and I live at Wabash Street. I want to express ongoing issues that impact our democratic values in local communities. It's crucial to remember that your primary duty is to serve the people, protecting democratic norms and upholding the principles of the Constitution above all else. This commitment should guide every decision, resisting pressures from political or corporate interest. How many data centers does one state need? How many we have already, and how many they're trying to get in every county? Big tech companies are showing up at local planning commissions and drainage boards asking for huge giveaways, tax abatements, zoning variances, special exceptions, all to build a $3 billion box that creates maybe 30 jobs at the most. They say some of them are 10. At the heart of the backlash of this is a basic economic question that the data centers backers haven't convincingly answered. Why should the public subsidize big tech companies? They're showing up at our local planning commissions and drainage boards asking for the huge giveaways, and we're given into them because they sell, they're used car salesmen. They sell you what they want you to believe. And one of the other things that our great guy that was the teacher that was talking about it, he did a great presentation on that. But one of the things I want to say is that this is going to be at the back door of some of the schools here in town. And when you say that it's going to be a minimum of 65 decibels that we're going to allow, 70 is the number that they're saying causes children to have problems. They hear constant noise, they hear that constant noise at school, they're out in playgrounds, and it impacts their everyday social business. I watched the commissioners' meeting in the morning, and the gentleman that showed the noise from what he was getting at his back door, and it was kind of appalling. I know you get that noise at other places. If you live beside I-65, you're going to get high noise, but we shouldn't have to have that this close to the town. There's also a lot of evidence on increasing health issues. And if you look at the data that's out there and you go to the other states that have had these older units for a long time, and what they are seeing with their health issues, they're seeing increased cancer rates, they're seeing a lot of other things that are happening with the health. The gentleman talked about his closed loop system and saying there's absolutely no removal of that water. And from the data that I've looked at, that's absolutely not true. The data, they do a blowdown of those lines because they have to remove the corrosion and the minerals that build up in there, and they have to let that water out. They let that drain out. They don't drain it all, but they drain it out. And it has to go somewhere, because if they don't, it corrodes those lines like the other gentleman talked about. And we don't know what they're using in those pipes, but it does do corrosion. And for him to say they absolutely don't do that, you have evaporation from these tubes and the heat, and so they have to keep refilling them. Those are all things that increase the water consumption, even though it's a closed loop system. 40 years ago, I was ahead of myself with solar energy and closed loop systems, and going to put a closed loop heating system into my house and do all that. So I've checked into it. I know a lot of that kind of stuff because I was very innovative in my younger years. But the other thing I just want to close in just on a lighter note. Russ, if you want to bring money into the town, I hear the Bears are looking for a new home. Recruit them for here.
Thanks, Deb. Next up is Mike Pittman. Just so you guys know, if you're keeping track, I do have 4 pieces of paper in front of me. I just got through the first one with Mike. But good news to that, the first one is the only one that's full. So, but all right, is Mike here? Okay, we'll move on. Michael Weaver. Vanita Morris.
You didn't even hesitate. You just went for it. Like full wrong name. You just called me out like that.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So my name is Venetia. Oh, yeah. Ooh. That's all right. I forgive you. But thank you. Yeah. All right. I had a prepared speech, and I wanted to make it a point that it was prepared, because the last time I went before this board, not all of you maybe recall, but maybe some of you, I had a lot of energy. I was a bit of a mess, but it was also the end of the night, and you kind of need a little zip zap, get you going again. I want to extend appreciation to the director for all the work that's been put in to aligning commitments to put the community first, posed with this development. I think that's a huge step forward, and that's pretty much in my space for the commissioners' meetings that I've been attending have been calling for. I don't think that they're complete as is. I know, it's a negotiation, it's a dance, a beautiful tango. I would ask that there be an additional review of commitments to be presented that take into incorporation additional items. I have said items outlined. I'd be happy to provide the board with that to make their educated decision based off of that. That being said, I guess I'll just do a quick little tap dance here. With the information being so convoluted and the transparency not really being there, can anyone provide me with the current proposed total acreage for development, not just the rezoned, but the current proposed total acreage? And then I identify that the director also called out the percentage of land being allocated for the hydroponic farm, as well as the precast building. There's a variance as to, I guess, probably one, where the land lies based off of the site plan that I had reviewed in the application previously. Just so we have a better understanding of how large the facility being proposed will be, as opposed to just saying 714 acres or 730 acres or 500 acres.
I guess I think this is probably in part, so I'm going to give you a two-part answer, because I think in part, if the developer wishes to answer that, I can't speak to their overall plans in detail. All I have is what you asked for, that was their statement of intent. But I would note the only part of the petition that we can consider is the part that actually requires action from us, which is what's been filed, which I don't have the number. Oh, I do, 714.55 acres. In the same sense that if you bought 200 acres of farm ground and you wanted to put a house on part of it, you would be here for hearings for the house, but you wouldn't be here for hearings for the rest of your acreage, because farming it wouldn't incur any sort of additional review. So, but that said, I do want to make sure, I think it's a valid question. I'm not at all knocking the question. I just feel like I don't know that I can address that in the way that you're asking it. Sure. Because
that's no
all
problem.
I'm allowed to deal with is what requires review. And I know they do have more plans. And as you noted in the statement of intent, they have referenced some of those other things, which I've then conveyed in my information. So I think that's probably something that when the developer has an opportunity to answer some questions, hopefully they would need to answer. I don't feel like I can give you a clear, what
That's
are their
okay.
ultimate picture?
Yeah,
How many
no.
properties are they talking to kind of thing?
You're okay. Again, I identify that, one, the case at hand right now is the rezoning issue. I think just from a posterity standpoint, because of the lack of transparency and some of the issues that have arose from that, just trying to get on the record what the total amount of acreage was going to be projected. That being said, I thank you for your time. I appreciate what you all do. I would be happy to provide documents to the director, to the board, when I come in for a copy of the proposal at an agreed upon time.
That's a, like, I'm not gonna ask or demand anything from you, but if you want it to go to, unless this board, but if you want it to be presented, then my job is to try to move information where it needs.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, Peter Johnson.
Hey, good evening. Wes, it's been a long haul. I completely forgot about 99% of what I was going to talk about. Sorry. But this is also.
Sorry, can you just get a little closer to that mic? I'm having trouble hearing you, so.
Hey, can you hear me now? Yeah, okay.
Much better.
I can hear myself now. It's been a long day. I don't have much voice left. And I said I pretty much forgot about 99% of what I wanted to say because it's been so long. My understanding now is that you are zoning. This is a zoning meeting. So the majority of what's been discussed here, I think, has very little relevance on what this meeting is designed to accomplish, which is the rezoning of the land. So relative to the rezoning, given all that we know about the potential economic impacts of a data center, and I don't think anybody here can argue that there are potential ramifications. I think it's very relevant to not ask, but to require that before the board, well, I would ask the board to require the developer to provide a complete economic impact study before approval is granted or denied. To me, that just is common sense. Would you all agree with that? It's tough to make a decision without an economic impact when you're making a decision on something that definitely has the potential to have significant long-term economic ramifications.
I think your point is definitely valid and taken. However, Indiana law doesn't allow zoning to consider finances, but the commissioners can absolutely consider that.
I'm not talking
because
about
they just get
finances. I'm
part of that.
talking about an economic impact study.
Fair.
Okay? So that's what I'm asking. And will you, before you approve or deny, ask the developer to provide a complete economic development study? It seems common sense to me. Is that something you can answer?
That is something that we've in past. I've been on this board for about 3 or 4 years now. And every time that we've ever had a rezoning, we usually do not ask as this board for studies. I can tell you, and I can tell everybody in this room, that as far as rezoning is concerned, stuff on this board, a heck of a lot less time and development than what these guys have presented tonight. And that's all I'm going to say. So to tell them to roll out an entire study and have us continue this
Okay, I
3.5
understand.
hour meeting.
I understand your answer is no, and I think that's a very short-sighted answer from the board, given the potential economic long-term impacts of such a project.
That's fine. Okay.
I think that comment is appropriate to take to the commissioners where those kinds of things might, so I think that comment is appropriate to take to the commissioners where those kinds of things might be conversed about normally if somebody was going to have a conversation, or to county council, should there be a request that involves something fiscal. It's not that no one cares, it's just that.
Not the right board. Okay,
Yes,
so I'm
I mean, I
sorry,
think that's
don't
what
have-
Andy's, and I think when this, whatever recommendation gets sent, that comment, you might take that to decision makers that can have broader conversations.
That's exactly what I'm saying, is that we're looking at the rezoning of this land. Is the land, it's zoning for right now, and we're looking to potentially make it industrial 1, and that is all we are doing. We are also, remember, this is a recommendation, and we're not the governing body on this rezone. So for us to ask that,
Yeah, and again, I appreciate all the comments, but it's kind of out of order, and I understand what you're saying. I do disagree with you. I do believe that it is the responsibility of the zoning commission, or should be, but we'll move on, okay? Number 2, as far as zoning is concerned, young lady, is your name Liz?
Are you referring to me?
Yes.
Yeah,
But-
Liz
Okay,
Dixon.
Liz, you did
I'm sorry.
you did such an excellent job. One of the things I picked up on was that as a zoning board, it is part of your responsibility to consider the project as a complement to the community. Okay, so I would ask the question, given the fact that most data centers, I'm not sure, I shouldn't talk in generalities. Some data are actually net drains. They do not employ a significant number of people relative to the space that they take. Sometimes the abatements actually can take many, many years to before there is a positive economic impact. So some people up here speaking about tremendous economic impacts may want to study the abatements that are going to be given to this before they make a determination of whether it's a net. Relative to complement to, I would ask that the board consider if other uses, for example, somebody mentioned NHK, is that the seat company?
Correct.
Yes. Would not a series of factories similar to that relative to the number of people they employ be more in line with complementing the community rather than a data center that is really kind of a net drain on resources? Would that be something that you could consider?
so I'll take this, because in industrial 1, and according to your plan, correct, this, yes, data center is driving this, but that does not limit the use of this I-1 rezoning to just data centers. The development could also include everything that is included in a
Light manufacturing is
light
not on the banned
manufacturing.
list of the commitments.
Outside of the list of commitments.
I guess mathematically speaking, you were saying that this particular project took up 2/3 of the tax zone. I'm just asking,
No, the tax zone actually stretches all the way north of the landfill, and it would be helpful for you to see a map, it really would, but the TIF zone actually stretches north of the landfill and it goes all the way to 900 west, but it's L-shaped. So this is right at the point of the L where the two parts come together. So 2/3 of it is inside that L, and then a little bit of it is in that crook of the L where it comes together. But that zone is much, much larger. It's a minor percentage
Okay.
of the entire zone. And I understand how that was confusing because you were trying to visualize something.
yeah, but,
A tax abatement zone.
no, I understand that.
Okay.
I know it's very,
It's just a tax
no,
allocation.
I understand, but I'm saying if we're using this much of that particular TIF, would it not be more?
I'd have to
commitment to the
calculate it, but
community
I don't think it's
to
even
find another
5%.
source?
I'd have to
Okay.
calculate that, but that TIF zone is very, very large. It encompasses a significant different distance, both
Okay.
north and south of
So-
28, all the way out to almost the county
I'm with you.
line, and then north across the landfill.
Okay, another,
Liz, wait just a second. Wait just a second. You said 2/3. That meant that the rezone area, the 700 acres that's in question here tonight, 2/3 of that is in the TIF zone.
thank
You
you.
understand that?
Yeah.
So then the TIF zone stretches the area in which Liz is gonna show you, and like estimating that it's gonna take up 5% of that entire TIF zone is kind of how that is.
Yeah,
Does-
I
Does that
totally-
understand?
Yes, sir, I
Okay.
totally misunderstood.
Okay.
And I know I'm only have 5 minutes, but I do have some very, what I think are interesting.
Can you stay on that mic?
Interesting questions here. Have any of the board members, has anybody in this process been asked to sign an NDA by any of the companies involved in this up to this point?
I have not. It has not even been requested of me by
Okay.
anyone.
Okay. Would it be out of the question for the zoning commission, or would this be better question for the commissioners to ask for a complete due diligence report? There's some really interesting inconsistencies that were brought to light as far as this company is concerned relative to their structure, okay? I think it would be important to have better insight into the structure of this company. I myself would want to understand the capital stack. Who's actually financing this project? Okay, we have no idea where the money is coming from, and to the developers, it's going to take a lot of money to build this project. Okay, I think it's a very relevant. I think it's an important question for this board, for the commissioners, to ask for a complete due diligence, which includes the capital stack involved in the ownership of the various entities planning this project. Is that a reasonable question? Is that something that you might consider?
We don't have the
Yeah,
authority to do that, but the commissioners do.
I think this is all stuff that goes on the record, that then can be discussed through that. I think it's a perfectly reasonable question.
Okay, now, as far as due diligence is concerned, I'm not against data centers, and I'm saying this for the folks involved. I actually own a very ground floor part of one of the largest data center projects in the world today. It's a project, it's a joint venture between Global AI and NVIDIA and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I'm not against data centers in general, but I am somewhat concerned with, they haven't asked the question, are the chips being used water cooled or air cooled? They're what? They're water cooled.
Water cooled for the recording.
How are you sourcing the acquisition of those chips? Because
I think what we probably need to do is kind of get your questions, and then when they get a chance to
Okay.
respond, they can respond as they wish, and then decision makers will have to sort through that.
Okay, well. Just let me,
Can we please hurry up and get your
Yeah, I'm
questions
hurrying
asked?
here.
Let's, in the respect of all the, we have let you go over 5 minutes easily.
okay, most of these would be for the commissioners and not for you. And I appreciate your time. I'm sorry I was prepared more for our commissioners. review than a zoning commission. But I do think there were some relative questions that I had that I would ask you to consider as a zoning board. Thank you.
I would note, if you have questions you want conveyed, if you do email that, like, we'll make sure it gets, I can forward those on to the commissioners, or you can email the commissioners at their office as well if you have stuff that you want people to read through.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. Karen Moskovich just left. Okay. Ross House.
Good evening. My name is Ross House. I live at 1755 North County Road 450 West. I am just west of the proposed property. My wife and I bought an old Knapp property, the old homestead there, in 2020. We had the hopes and dreams of raising our two boys there. We currently live on 20 acres. It's a beautiful piece of property. When we first purchased it, I was kind of in dismay. We honored a house that has a foundation that part of it is built in the 1800s. The barn was built in 1910. It had two other sisters. They have been torn down. We have the last of those three sisters. It's a really, really big, white, pretty dairy barn. We quite enjoy where we live and the honor that that Knapp family had put into that piece of property. Moving this into industrial 1 zoning, we've heard about the concerns of utilities, light pollution, yada, yada. We've gone over that. What I want to talk about and to take into consideration is what kind of community are we trying to build here? I think that by rezoning, in some sense, that we are selling part of Clinton County's soul. Currently, we are known for a landfill. We are known for being an industrial alley. When we drive into town, we're either met with a train, we're met with parking lots full of pallets, there's solar panels. And I think adding yet another piece to this as a data center is another tarnish to our community. Community is built on, and a strong community is built on, in my opinion, of generations of kids that want to come back here, that want to serve, that want to do exactly what you're doing. And I thank you for serving and listening to us tonight. I think a strong community is wrapped around being proud and wanting to be here. And yes, we're talking about it being completely visually imposing to our community. I understand the economic benefit. But also, rezoning rural ground, you never get rural ground back. Moving this into a different zone is going to change the face of this community. So I just ask if you consider your vote on zoning of what that is going to do for our future generations and who we're asking to come live in this county.
Thanks, Ross. Next is Eric Keith. Okay. Hey, good news. That was another page. All right. I can't hardly make, no, the first one. I know the second one.
Guy.
Is it Guy East? Okay, he left. Okay. Went too long for him. Rick Gunyon.
Gentlemen, take a deep breath. Looks like you need it. We all do. So appreciate you hearing me tonight. My name is Rick Gunyon. While I'm a member of the Frankfurt Utility Service Board, I'm here as an individual. I'm not speaking for the board tonight. I had a very crisp presentation to talk about tonight, which I've marked up extensively. So let me go off script just a moment. On behalf of the community, I want to thank the developer and user representatives along the east wall for being here this evening. Thank you, gentlemen. And I want to thank you for persisting through this meeting tonight, and of course, Liz for her expert advice and so forth. One of the presenters spoke earlier this evening about the importance and advised you to seek the advice from an engineer or from engineers. Well, I wasn't going to go there, but I have over 5 decades of experience in advanced manufacturing, science, and engineering. I retired in 2015 from Eli Lilly and Company as the global process owner for systems engineering for complex systems. And believe it or not, that title fit on one small business card. I'm currently employed by a company based in Germany. The work I do is from my home on Williams Road. And if data centers didn't exist, I'd be going to the office in Germany because I use data centers constantly every day of the week. Within the industries we serve, my company serves that I work for, those companies are in the pharmaceutical manufacturing and nuclear power industries. I'm known as a national expert. So I didn't mean to speak about myself, but I come from a different point of view than many of the speakers here tonight, and I wanted you to understand that. So as you know, I'm strongly in favor of this rezone and the proposed land use. And in terms of your scope of review tonight, that's what you're here for. The specific details of what is the technology for cooling the graphic processing units is not really your concern here tonight, I don't believe. The recycling of water, et cetera, that's a different phase of economic development, if I may say so. But I think more important, in my opinion, even though I'm strongly in favor of this rezone and land use, more important, in my opinion, is the information provided by the county area plan staff. So let me do a very brief review, and I'll turn it back to you here. Just 5 quick points. The staff informs us that this site is adjacent to Frankfurt corporate boundary, with 2/3 of this site being inside the county TIF district. And that means it's the area of the county that our elected officials identified for commercial and industrial development and to story. 2/3 of this site is in that space. Point number 2, to help protect community interests, we've heard Liz talk for more than a few minutes on development commitments. Some have been formally agreed to, others not quite yet, but all are under consideration. And I heard the developer representative folks earlier say that that's a continuing conversation, as it should be. And so we're approaching that with due diligence. We heard the staff report, and reading it says that the applicant plans to include a data center, a precast concrete plant, and a hydroponic farm. Boy, hydroponic farm's getting close to agricultural use, right? That's not so bad. Point number 4, the staff report says, quote, this rezone seems fitting. That's the words that were used. And goes on to say, quote, industrial or commercial development is the best use of this land, unquote. And as we know, zoning best practices rely on the fundamental principles that the land is zoned for its highest and best use. And in this case, it is industrial or commercial. Finally, quoting from this staff report just issued a mere, 4 days ago, quote, APC staff would support a favorable recommendation to the county commissioners for their consideration of the land use perspective with the commitments listed above, meaning that's still being negotiated. There's work to be done. But at this juncture of the process, for the rezone application, you don't necessarily need all the answers, or it might take more time than we all have. Let's go forward with what we know and trust that area plan and the developers will continue the conversation and refine the commitments to protect our community interests. That's my request. So I'm going to add one more personal observation that's not based on the APC staff report. I'm very happy to see the applicant's conceptual site plan currently shows the area immediately to the south of Bittersweet Nursery used as a stormwater management facility, used for stormwater management, not consisting of above ground facilities. So that adjacent property just south of Bittersweet shows it having a retention pond, if you will, at that location rather than data center buildings. I think that's important. Now, understanding that that's a conceptual plan, it's not a detailed plan, but this isn't a design review meeting either. That comes at a later stage, right? So, respectfully, for reasons above, I would ask that you place a recommendation for this rezone in the best interest of our community. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rick. William Myers is next.
Hey, I'm William Myers. I live like 10 minutes away. And I was just thinking that, I used to come here ages ago to visit my parents, and I didn't really like it very much. But so I've been away, and I was working in tech, and then now I've come back and I'm experiencing it again, and spending a lot of time here. And I've just got to say, I think you should go ahead and build the data center, because I'm not going to come back. I'm not planning on coming back, because if it's not your responsibility to take care of all these sort of thoughts about like the environmental impact, right? Or the economic impact. If this data center goes into place and everybody's prices go up, that's not really your responsibility, is it? Like if everybody's power increases, that's not what you're deciding. Like it could make everybody's price double. And that's not your responsibility. And if people's quality of life dramatically decreases for the next 5 years, that's not your responsibility. And going to put food on your table. I don't think AI is going to make your housing cheaper, but it's going to produce a ton of 100 times more power than, or employ 100 times, use 100 times less power. All right, I lost it. Takes 100 times more power than other industrial applications. So a single factory in the same spot would be perfectly fine. But you don't have to zone that now, because this is essentially just a vote for this one developer. If you vote no, you're voting no for this developer. And that's why everybody's here. If something cool comes around in the future, you can just rezone it then. But we know these guys' tactics is to keep showing up and keep making community members do the work and having to come to these hearings because they don't want it here. And these people clearly don't want this data center here. And you see the videos all across, people actually living next to these things. There's not, like, I know somebody on the board took a trip and went and visited a really nice one. I'm sure they're really nice ones, but there are many that are not very nice. And that's just not how statistics works. All right, thank you for your time.
Thanks, William. I have more good news. This is the last paper, and I only have one name on it because the other names are on other cases tonight. So, Gary Lucas, you here? You spoke? Okay, well, you're on here twice. Sorry, bud.
Andy, don't forget you had the gentleman in the back.
Yeah, is the one that was in the back, is he ready? Did he buzz out? He left, okay. Very good. Does the petitioner have any response to any of the questions that were posed or another round of statements?
I assure you, I will not do a round of statements. We've been here a while, so I'll make this brief. But there are a couple items that came up and I think deserve a response. There's discussion about drainage, and obviously we handle drainage when we get to development plan review, and there's drainage calculations, and it's controlled, and you can't disperse water greater than what disperses now. So that'll be taken care of as you go through the development plan review. Really not an issue at this time. There's concerns about noise. I mean, noise is being addressed thoroughly in the commitments that we are working on. And that is one of the issues that is being taken very seriously by both the county and the developer. And there are, that might be addressed in at least 2 of the commitments, if not 3 of them, about how noise will be handled. There was a question about acreage for the hydroponic farm and the precast building. Right now, and these are estimates obviously, but right now the precast building would be estimated to be on 71 acres. And the hydroponic farm would be anywhere between 75 to 150 acres, depending on how it develops out. Obviously, that would be ag. It's outside of what's being rezoned, but that question was asked, so I wanted to make sure we had that answer. There was a question about economic study. There has been a study done that's been provided to the county, and I believe the county is also doing its own study on the economic impact of this development. Liz is correct. There was no NDA requested by this developer at any time. We read about that in other data centers where they're required to sign NDAs in the county, so no one knows about it. That was never requested with this development or this developer. They've tried to be as transparent as possible as they go through this process. So the last thing I'll mention, and Mr. Gunyon actually did a good job of this because we are here to talk about zoning. And, when we look at the staff report clearly lays out the 5 factors that we consider with respect to the rezoning. Comprehensive plan. Yes, this request complies with the comprehensive plan. Current conditions and the character, structure, and uses in each district. This I-1 request seems fitting for the area because it's directly adjacent to the railroad and the existing industrial park, as well as Frankfort's corporate boundary. And has also been mentioned, a large part of it sits within the TIF district where commercial and industrial development is contemplated. Most desirable use for which the land in this each district is adapted. Sooner or later, it is likely that some sort of industrial or commercial development is the best use for this land, especially given the rail frontage and neighboring industrial park. As one of the people who spoke said, this land is going to be developed. It is on the edge of the TIF district. It's across from other industrial development. So the I-1 industrial zoning is appropriate. Conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. This land has long been anticipated to become industrial or business for this area. And then responsible growth and development. Growth of the industrial park outward along State Road 28 corridor is what has been planned for over the last few decades, with the vision that it will expand to the north and south of the existing development as the industrial park grows. So we've heard a lot of great comments. Many of those comments and concerns, certainly valid concerns, questions. I can assure you they're all being addressed. The staff has done a very thorough job in going through this. That's why we're working through these commitments. We believe that the rezoning to the I-1 is appropriate for this area. And we would respectfully request that you forward this with a favorable recommendation to the county commissioners, subject to us continuing to work on those commitments to the satisfaction of the staff, Mr. Moore, and the county commissioners as well. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments, public comments. I'll turn this over to my fellow board members, and if they have any discussion, any questions after hearing the public comments and hearing the staff report, and I'll let you guys have at it. Okay, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. So I'm an appointment from the county council because I'm on the county council. And so you are right. And to answer Peter, who has left, there is an economic impact study that the county is doing with its own firm. And the city is also doing one with their own firm. There is so much energy going into this to just make sure everything is going right, and to read and to hear people talk about transparency issues. It's just, I don't want to take it personal, but that's not what this is. This is very transparent. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the distrust is, but I just wanted to say that about the economic studies that are going on. A lot of people think that this county has a lot of people that are hayseeds or whatever. Not so, not so.
Thanks, Jeff. Any other comments from board members? Okay. Well, I'm going to make a comment to remind my fellow board members what we're voting on, and to let you guys know what we're potentially voting on. I mean, there's a handful of things that we can do here as far as continuing, and staff has said favorably recommends using the conditions that are outlined in the staff report. That's what we're going off of, guys. At the end of the day, every one of your guys' comments is taken, and I will state that again, there was a lot of reading that went on from pretty much Christmas time until this meeting by all this board. A tremendous amount of time has been spent by staff. We are not taking this lightly at the end of the day, but at the same time, we also are one little piece of this whole puzzle. So a lot of the comments that were directed tonight might not even, they're good comments. You guys are making, respectable concerns, but they're not necessarily comments that this board has to look at. I mean, we've repeatedly talked about economics, and we can't look at a lot of those things in our consideration. The things that we can look at is, what's around HIS, what our comprehensive plan is laid out for us, and the resources that we have in this county, whether this is a good fit to change it to Industrial 1 for this lot of acres. I will tell you that the biggest thing that concerns me about it, I have concerns, is the amount of acres. This is a big chunk. This is the second biggest chunk of rezoning that I've been a part of on this board. Many of you mentioned the first one. So at the end of the day, that's pretty scary at the end of the day. But also where it sets. I mean, this thing sets just north of town. It sets, 2/3 of it sets in our TIF district. That is what our TIF district is designed to do, is to promote businesses. There are some concerns about transparency. There are some concerns about, the developers' plans and whatnot. We're in the infancy of even the plan itself. I mean, these guys are putting a lot of time and effort in it. Our government officials are putting a lot of time and effort into it. At the end of the day, we're not taking comments lightly on this, and I've studied hours. I mean, this staff report alone is probably close to 5 times what most of our staff reports are, and the nuts and bolts in here. So if anybody here, and all you guys have been in this with us in this meeting together tonight, are serious about this, I appreciate every single one of you. With that being said, I'd look for a motion from a board member, or I will make a motion.
Well, it's been a long evening, and I appreciate each and every one of you for coming out and speaking. The comments were excellent for the most part. I do have a big concern over the acreage involved. We've never done anything quite this large, well, maybe slightly larger, but on this scale next to the industrial park without knowing 100% what we're going to get. And coming in here tonight, that was my biggest concern, is this large acreage. Some of those questions have been answered tonight. I feel a little bit better about that, particularly when I review the planning. I've been on this board for a long time, and we've always designated this area for growth. It's next to the industrial park. It's in the TIF district. And I'm not a huge fan of this, but I do have a job to do up here, and I'm required to follow the rules that we work by. There are 5 findings here, and I believe the majority of them are met. They're all met, in my opinion. I do have a little concern. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 items on the list of commitments that they haven't seen yet and haven't had a chance to mull over. I think they need to do that, but I also think that can be done in the coming days once it leaves this body. So with that, and I know at the last meeting I was opposed to this. I was going to recommend a negative recommendation, but I was shot down, which is fine. That's what this board does. We talk things over, we work it out, but I think I've had my mind changed tonight. And I would make a motion that we send a favorable recommendation to the county commissioners with our commitments, and ask that they work diligently to work out the remaining commitments that have not been fulfilled at this time.
Second.
You guys are going to have to give me a second.
You're fine. It's been moved and seconded. Roll call when you're ready, Liz.
Okay, just to be clear, that was Dan as my motion and Andy as my second.
Correct.
Okay, and then I've got the motion to read that it's a motion for a favorable recommendation to the county commissioners with the commitments that were discussed to be finished and revised as the process is worked through before the commissioners would adopt anything. Okay, so.
Correct.
Hang on, got some of these guys who are gone. All right, Dan Sheets,
Yes.
Jeff Chanelwith,
Yes.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Walt Minnick.
Yes.
He's gone. Kevin Myers.
Yes.
Okay, so that will be a favorable recommendation. Kevin, do you know off the top of your head when your next commissioners meeting is? The 20th. Okay, so state law requires us to present the recommendation as staff from the Plan Commission at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. So that's a 9 a.m. meeting at the courthouse standard. It'll be up to them whether they discuss it or not, or in what way, but I'm required to present it. So if you're following this, you'll want to follow that meeting. That'll be the next place it's discussed. If you want copies of anything that we have as staff that was submitted tonight, reach out to our office. We can get that to you.
No new business.
No new business.
Okay, our next meeting is February 3rd, 2026. We anticipate being in the annex building. Look for a motion to adjourn. Second, or adjourn.
Who was my